for this day. Yeah, and I'm happy to see you all. So, the Vice Chancellor at Kyambogo University represented, I believe, the convener, Dean Professor Mugampoza, and your entire organizing committee, distinguished researchers and presenters in this room, our partners from industry and government, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of the Competitive Research Grants Conference and the 5th edition of the STEAM Festival here at Kyambogo University. Allow me to begin by appreciating the insightful engagements of yesterday, which set a strong foundation for the conversations we continue today. The diversity and quality of the presentations clearly demonstrated the vibrance of research, innovation, and collaboration within our university and beyond. I want to believe that we all visited the stalls out there for the exhibition, and indeed, there is great work being done. This year's theme, Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development, together with the core sub-theme on artificial intelligence and community-based education and training reforms, speaks directly to the transformations shaping higher education today. As we reflect on this, it is evident that we are operating in a rapidly evolving knowledge ecosystem. One where artificial intelligence is not only transforming how we generate and apply knowledge, but also how we teach, learn, and assess. At the same time, community-based education and training reforms challenge us to go beyond knowledge transmission, ensuring that learners acquire relevant, practical, and transferable competencies. The convergence of these two dimensions presents both an opportunity and a responsibility. An opportunity because we are now better positioned to enhance the relevance, inclusiveness, and responsiveness of our education systems. And a responsibility because we must ensure that these advancements are harnessed in ways that are equitable, contextually grounded, and responsive to the diverse needs of our learners and communities. As we engage in today's sessions, I would like to highlight 3 reflections for our consideration. First, the importance of bridging research and practice. The Competitive Research Grant Scheme is not only about generating knowledge, but about ensuring that research translates into practical solutions that address real societal challenges. This reminds us that as universities, we must move beyond the ivory tower and remain closely connected to the communities we serve. Second, the need for alignment between academia, policy, and industry. The discussions around artificial intelligence and community-based education and training remind us that meaningful impact lies in collaboration, where universities, regulatory bodies, and industry work together to shape a responsive and future-oriented education system. Third, and importantly, the imperative of inclusive and lifelong learning. As we embrace innovation and technological advancement, we must remain mindful that no learner should be left behind. It's really our responsibility. This calls for a continuous commitment, not only to learning, but also to unlearning outdated practices and relearning more responsive approaches that align with the evolving demands of society and the world of work. In this regard, our approaches to teaching, assessment, and institutional practices must remain flexible and adaptive, responding to diverse learning needs, including those of learners with disabilities and other vulnerable groups. Why? Because in the end, true progress is not measured by how fast the fastest move, but by how well we bring everyone along. At this point, allow me to briefly draw from my own experience as a beneficiary of the grants, the competitive research scheme, grant scheme under the 7th call. My research project, titled Experiences of Students Combining Work and Study at Ugandan Universities, explored how students navigate the dual demands of employment and higher education. I don't need to emphasize, we all know that in our classrooms these days, we have many students combining work and study. This work, which has resulted in several recent and forthcoming publications, provides a multidimensional understanding of students who combine work and study, examining their motivations, their classroom experiences, the benefits and challenges they encounter, as well as the role of disability inclusion and institutional support within Ugandan universities. This study was conducted in 2 public universities and 2 private universities. Kyambogo was one of the public universities, and Gulu, and then Uganda Christian University and Islamic University in Uganda. A consistent insight from this work is that while students demonstrate remarkable resilience and agency, our higher education systems have not sufficiently adapted to their realities. I'll leave it at that and ask us to, each of us, to think through how we actually treat our learners. Do we know who these learners are? How do we support them? This realization has prompted a shift in my work from documenting student experiences to asking a more critical question. How can institutions respond better? And when I talk of institutions, I'm now going beyond the universities to also include the organizations that employ our students. In particular, I'm interested in exploring 3 key questions. 1, how do we effectively operationalize lifelong learning within our universities? 2, how do we better integrate workplace experiences into our educational systems? And this requires the collaboration I've earlier emphasized. And 3, how do we design inclusive frameworks that recognize the diverse ways in which learners engage with higher education? These are not just research questions. They are practical considerations that strongly connect with the conversations we are having at this conference today. Today's program offers us another rich opportunity to engage with a wide range of research, from technological innovation to social transformation, from health systems to education and development. I encourage all participants to actively engage, ask critical questions, and explore opportunities for collaboration. Let us use this platform not only to share findings, but to build partnerships, challenge assumptions, and co-create solutions that are locally relevant and globally competitive. In addition, I warmly invite all of you to join us for day 3 tomorrow. A day that promises a rich and engaging program featuring research presentations, a keynote address, and panel discussion on artificial intelligence and community-based education and training reforms, poster sessions showcasing innovative work, and the official closing ceremony of the conference and STEAM festival. As I close, I wish to commend the organizers once again, researchers, and all participants for your commitment to advancing science, technology, and innovation for community development. I wish you fruitful deliberations and a productive day too. Thank you.
Thank you, the prophetic dean. And she is peace and she is tumuhechi. And tumuhechi is a sentence. What can we give him? So I'm thinking that they were thanking God for giving them a beautiful and prophetic lady. But for me, as one of the people organizing this conference, I can only say tumuhechi. Thank you very much for being part of us. And without wasting time, I am going to invite the session chair for the sessions of this morning, Professor Khadija Nachinsige. Those of us who were here yesterday, you may have interacted with her, and she's the one taking us through this morning's sessions. You're welcome.
In the name of thy Lord, the most merciful, the most gracious. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. The Vice Chancellor in absentia. The Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, members of top management, members of Senate, the Students' Guild, members of academic staff and supportive staff, our lovely students, deans of faculties, heads of departments, both academic and administrative, our stakeholders, and importantly, our online audience. You are welcome to today's session of presentations. We have a couple of presentations, but as you can note that we have started a bit late, and in the interest of time, we shall be very brief, and we move straight to the first presenter. I hope the first presenter is already here, and they have already shared their presentation with ICT. In case there is any presenter who has not yet shared their presentation with ICT, please do so, such that we utilize as less time as possible and we minimize any delays. May I know whether Mr. Dixon Mugelwa is around? Oh, thank you very much. You're blessed to be our first presenter for today. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Dickson Mugerwa, who is going to make a presentation on pedagogical approaches for embedded systems and IoT networks in Ugandan higher education institutions. Mr. Dickson, you're most welcome, please. Who wants to volunteer to be our timekeeper? Just alert me. Hey. Dr. Muonge Abubeka from Department of Biological Sciences has volunteered to be our timekeeper. Make sure the presentation and the question sessions do not take more than 10 minutes. Thank you. Let me welcome Mr. Mugerwa.
Thank you very much. I have not had a STEAM song today. I want to challenge Professor, but we've not had that song this morning. All protocols observed are read onto the protocol that she has mentioned. Mugerwa Dickson from the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. One of the beneficiaries of the competitive research grants, and I want to really appreciate Dr. Ann Nakajiri, who is the director of that directorate. With me, I worked with Dr. Abel from the head of the department and a research assistant, Harris. My title for the project is to design and develop an integrated tool for hands-on IoT sensor interaction and project-based learning in embedded systems. This is my main topic that I presented for the competitive research, but I broke it down into different papers that I'll present. So my content is about introduction, background, problem statement, research objectives, methodology, key findings, proposed solution, and a conclusion. So to give a background of what I'm working on, we realize that we have advances in communication networks and integrated circuits that have placed embedded systems and IoT at the center of modern technology. If you look at our sub-themes, they're talking about artificial intelligence, they're talking about competence-based education and training. There's something they are forgetting, that to have AI, we must have IoT and embedded systems. These are the parents of, they feed AI. Without IoT, without embedded systems, you cannot have AI. That's my area of specialty. So to look at embedded systems, these are microcontrollers that are put in every day-to-day devices. We can give an example. You have a refrigerator at home, you have a rice cooker. We have a washing machine. If you want to control its temperature, we have an embedded system. A computer is fed, a small computer is into that machine that helps it operate normally. Then if you talk about IoT, Internet of Things, it's a network of physical devices that are interconnected. They collect, process, and exchange data over the internet. Please. Okay, someone had changed my screen. So there was a projection that this is past 2025, they project that we shall have about 55.7 billion connected IoT devices. By this time, I expect to have more than this. But these are things we use in day-to-day life. In our car, ABS systems, they have IoT. So with a combination of embedded systems, IoT, it's driving the Industrial 4.0, which includes AI. Please, I'm being affected. My presentation is not here. Okay, sorry for that. Please don't affect my presentation. So looking at the NDP5, the Vision 2040, the government is advocating for digital transformation and practical engineering skills. However, when you look at our university here, we are advocating for competence-based education and training, but we still have theoretical way of teaching in engineering and science. So this takes me to the problem statement. So based on all the efforts that government has put in to reform our curriculum, we are still seeing more of the predominance of theory approach compared to the teaching in our engineering faculty. So based on my area or my field that I'm into, IoT, I realized that we don't have hands-on tools for training our students. So if we don't have these tools, are we preparing our students for the industry? Are we preparing them to be innovative? If someone has no tool for practicing, that means cannot be innovative, cannot be employable, because it has no skills. That means we are hindering our Uganda industrial growth. That's part of the problem. This is my class. I teach microcontrollers and applications. You realize I have one kit. How many students are there? Some of them, I call them spectators. I have many spectators. You find one person is working on a tool, others just seeing. I have nothing to do because the university has no tools. And this is my personal tool. When you request, no funding. So, my main objective is to design, develop an integrated tool for hands-on sensor interaction and project-based learning in embedded systems. And first objective, I have to analyze the current approaches to teaching and learning embedded systems and IoT sensor networks in higher education institutions in Uganda. The second objective, to design a tool that I'll be using personally and other institutions for teaching embedded systems and IoT. Then the third objective is to develop test that tool. So this is the main thing that I looked at. What are the approaches? Yes, I've seen how we do it in Kyambogo. How about other institutions? How do they do it? Makerere, Kavale. I majored in public universities. So my first paper is about pedagogical approaches for embedded systems and IoT networks in Uganda higher education institutions. So the methodology I used, I'll be a bit fast. This is not much of my area of qualitative. We do more of simulations and other things. So I used a mixed approach and the quantitative approach, qualitative approach, and I used surveys where I got respondents of about 277. Based on some formulas, I was supposed to have about 246 students or respondents, but I got more than that, which was a good approach. For the qualitative, I used semi-structured interview questions for the staff, students, and other stakeholders. And under qualitative data, we went through a thematic analysis using NVivo. And some of the key findings. I involved a number of respondents, that is 277, and I considered 3 public universities, Kyambogo University, which constituted 68.9%, Kabale University, 22%, then Makerere University. Don't ask why these variations. I'm more in Kyambogo, that's why I got more respondents. Then, looking at the gender distribution, we realized that we have 56.15 of the males that responded. For the females, we have 14%. Then there are people who prefer not to say their sex. And you know this era, we don't have to ask someone, why didn't you prefer to say? Because they don't belong to male or female. Then about the distribution of the year of study, we realized that third years has the biggest percentage, which is 28, and the first years, since they are new, they have nothing to do with embedded systems. We have about 12% and the rest of the distributions. So what are some of the findings? I did this looking at different approaches of teaching or methodologies. I looked at lecture-based instructions. This is where you stand in class and start preaching the gospel. I call it the gospel of theory. So we realized that I gave a rating of a scale of 1 to 5. From 1 to 2 is weak, and 4 to 5 is a bit strong. So we realized that from 4 to 5, we have big percent. That means maybe some people are teaching, but we can't rule out that there is a percentage, which is 21, which rated weak, that whatever we teach, maybe they don't understand. Then I went to laboratory-based instruction. If you take students to the lab, you illustrate, you let them do something, you realize that 46.2%, it's weak. They are not satisfied whatever we teach in class. This was a reflection to myself. What I teach, do they understand? I'm checked. Then 27.8 rated strong. Maybe they get whatever we teach during practicals. Maybe those who are not satisfied is because of the resource limitation. Some of them are spectators. Then project-based learning, where you give something to do, and capstone projects. We realized that 43.3% respondents participate in capstone projects, but we have another percentage that they don't see any projects. We don't give projects, which is worrying because we are looking at competence-based training. Then inclusion of hands-on projects. Some of us, when we are teaching, you just show, this is a microcontroller. This is this. Practical is done. It's worrying if we are saying we want to have competence-based education. So we realized that 24% it's lacking. We don't have hands-on. We are training engineers, but are they touching things? No. Then we have a percentage where they're saying it's moderate. Yes, we are receiving something. We are touching something. We are getting screws. We are getting screwdrivers and everything. Then we have 47.1 that is saying they are really satisfied whatever they do. Then how about the infrastructure? Kyambogo University. Availability of dedicated IoT, embedded systems laboratory. We realized that 64.26 is not there. The smallest percentage, they have something maybe they call a dedicated lab that can train students on how to do embedded systems and IoT. So this 64.2 is worrying if we are saying we are chasing the 4.0, industrial 4.0. It's worrying. Time? Oh. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to be a bit faster. So based on that, I thought I have 15 minutes. I haven't used 10 minutes. Okay. Adequacy of study kits, we realized that 46.2%, we don't have kits. You go to teach something, you have no kit. So you realize that you're going too much of lecture-based. Then internet availability, we realize that small percentage is saying they don't have, which is 35%. Internet is not adequate to do their projects, maybe to load their projects onto the cloud. Then we have other percentages where they say maybe they are comfortable, they have reliable internet. I'll be a bit fast. Then skills development, we realize that 58.4% are comfortable, they are getting the skills. Then we have the 20% where they think they're not getting the skills, and this is also worrying. We can't just ignore that. Then the linkage, this is very important, about the academic and industrial linkage. 79.78%, there is no academic and industrial linkage. So what are you doing if you're teaching and there's no communication that whatever I'm teaching is what is required in the industry? So the 20% are really satisfied. I'll be a bit fast because I want to go to my solution. I have a lot of things. So these are some of the percentages of the challenges that we find in institutions. We have cost barrier, curriculum alignment, infrastructure issues, security and ethical issues, and those are the percentages. Now, for qualitative, this was interesting, where students were talking about most infrastructure deficit. Someone responded, we don't actually have a specific embedded systems lab. It's worrying if we are saying we are looking at competence-based education. So, members, you allow me, I'll go to my solution. I've talked about these problems. So, what is the solution? I'm not going to stand here and narrate that, okay, we have problems. We are talking about how can we solve that problem. Therefore, I decided to come up with a design of all-in-one circuit board prototype that will help our learners to practice. We don't have to wait for, why they call it all-in-one is because we normally use breadboards, jumper wires, and different sensors, and getting them is really complicated. So I want to come up with one circuit board. It has everything. Your work is to come, do a project. I'll look at this. This is the semantic diagram for the PCB layout. It was designed using NI Multism software. So this is the KEST. My tool is called KEST, Kyambogo Embedded Systems tool. This is the wiring that we are going to, this is the component that I designed. This is the mechanical layer, and this is what we shall be using for teaching. I don't have to worry about different sensors. This tool has a provision of having two MCUs, that's microcontrollers. It can use STM32. When I came back from my studies, I realized we are teaching our students using Arduino and Raspberry Pi. These are things that are taught in primary, nursery, primary. So at university, we are preparing students for industry. So I decided to change the teaching. I said I'm not using Arduino, and that's what we have at university. So we are using STM32 because it's an industrial MCU, industrial microcontroller. But I'm putting a provision of Arduino where a student can also practice Arduino. We have LCD screen, LED screen, and different sensors. So with this, it also has a communication platform where we have the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and all actuators, different buttons. It's really a nice tool that students are going to enjoy to interact with. So this is the teaching methodology. We have the tool, we have the embedded systems. They're going to interact with the cloud. They're going to interact with the IoT data analysis using the tool. The capabilities of the tool: real-time data acquisition and processing, data logging, wireless remote monitoring, basic analytics and decision making, cloud and mobile integration. And after that, I'm also thinking about, last time we had COVID, and we are doing more of online learning. So with this, I'm going to incorporate a platform where students can interact with the system, with the tool, online. You just use your camera, you can do your things. That is something that I'm going to work on in my future work. I'm not saying I'm not going to give recommendations, someone should do this. No, I'll do it myself, no recommendations. The only recommendations I would give, I need more funding. So the rest are references and sessions. Thank you very much for listening.
You'll forgive me for not having called you doctor at the beginning, but I hope you don't mind. So, doctor, you'll have a seat at the extreme end. We shall have the question session after all the presenters of session 1 are done with their presentations. That will be in the interest of time. So thank you very much, doctor. I think these are the kind of studies that the university needs. But the convener said that the VC was listening, and since the competitive research grant has been increased to 4 billion. So you can tap into that. There is an opportunity there. Should clap for doctor. Thank you very much. And that should bring us to our next presenter. Let me invite Dr. Kenneth Tindimwebwa, who is going to give us a presentation on evaluating the efficacy and economic saving levels among primary healthcare units in Lukunjil District, Uganda. Dr. Tindimwebwa, you are welcome, please.
Thank you, the convener, the vice chancellor, the convener, organizers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. My study is titled Evaluating the Efficiency and Economic Saving Levels Among Primary Healthcare Units in Lukunjili District using a non-parametric model. The global disease burden, coupled with rising cost of healthcare, scarcity and shortages of resources in healthcare systems globally, and particularly in LDCs, continues to draw attention, debate, and tension among stakeholders, and this calls for the evaluation of efficiency. A health facility is regarded to be efficient if it maximizes its outputs given a set of inputs, or if it minimizes a set of inputs used to produce a given level of output. Therefore, the efficiency of the attainment of efficiency gains eliminates wastage, saves resources towards achieving the universal health coverage. In sub-Saharan African countries, health systems face with shortage of resources, but also the poor economic performance given the rapid population growth and the declining public expenditure, also bring constraints to resource utilization. There is also a high burden of disease that also puts pressure on the existing meager resources. In Uganda, public health facilities are established under a government administrative structure with the National Referral Hospital at the top, then Regional Referral Hospital, then District Hospital, then Health Center 4, Health Center 3, Health Center 2, and Health Center 1, which is a village health team. So most of the studies in Uganda have concentrated on assessing technical efficiency and scale efficiency at a higher level of provision, excluding primary health care units. In this case, we are referring to Health Center 2s. So the district continues to register shortages of these resources in a bid to provide medical care. So stakeholders continue to debate whether Health Center 2s need to be allocated more resources, or the available resources need to be utilized efficiently, or both. And that forms the basis for the knowledge gap. No study has been done to evaluate technical efficiency, scale efficiency, but also the economic savings among Health Center 2s in the district. A number of studies have evaluated technical efficiency in different countries, including India, including Uganda, Ethiopia, among others. They have different varying levels of technical efficiency. Also, other studies have been done in Bangladesh with TE score at 46%, in Kenya with TE score at 69%, and also in China, doing well because it's a developed country at 86%, and also other studies done in Tanzania. This study adopted a conceptual framework using 3 health inputs, namely essential medicines and health supplies. We also looked at medical staff and then non-medical staff as inputs into the health production process to produce health outputs, which include health education and promotion outreaches. Then we have HIV testing and also laboratory investigations. These variables are influenced by socioeconomic factors, but also institutional factors. So the study adopted a cross-sectional descriptive research design with the secondary data having inputs and outputs from the district health information systems for the financial year 22-23. It was also supplemented by primary data from medical staff and patients. So the sampling technique used a formula that requires the sample size to be greater than 3 times the number of inputs and outputs that are used. So the model adopted for this study is what we call the data envelopment analysis technique. And the data envelopment analysis technique is a non-parametric linear programming technique for frontier analysis, as it has the strengths to use more inputs and outputs in health setting. And the data has been highly employed in several other studies for a number of decades. The study also adopted an output orientation model, reason being that health facilities receive a fixed sum of inputs, and therefore they need to maximize on the outputs in order to become technically efficient. Results indicate our formula gave us 26 facilities. Those are the units of analysis, and that was the population. So the population is the sample, and it shows that the mean number of medical staff at an average health facility had 4 members of staff, utilized 26.6 million to purchase essential medicines and health supplies, had about 2 non-medical staff, then carried out 1,267 laboratory investigations, also did 96 average day HIV tests, but also 25 health education sessions. So the model, the data envelopment analysis model, shows a decision-making unit, that is a production unit, which is a health center. Then it gives the rank from 1 up to 26. then the technical efficient score, and this one ranges between 0 up to 1 or 0% to 100%. Then the constant return to scale technical efficiency estimate and the variable return to scale, whose ratio gives us scale efficiency. Scale efficiency measures the ability of a health center to utilize the inputs to produce a given level of outputs. And then it also gives us a benchmark or facilities which were performing well, so that they can be used as benchmarks where others can emulate the best practices. Now, those ones in blue, as you can see, had a technical efficiency score of 100%. And you can see that those ones do not have benchmarks because they are the benchmarks themselves. Then these other ones, for example, DMU 6, which is ranked 26, was the poorest performing at 0.9% technical efficiency, meaning that it needs to increase its output or utilization of resources by 99 point something. And then average technical efficiency score was 54.46, that value 54.6. So in other words, an average health center facility requires resource utilization by 45.45, just the difference between that and 100. Then the lambda value at the end gives the highest, it is the reference value for the best benchmark. There could be a range of benchmarks, but that value gives the better one for which other facilities need to emulate in order to become technically efficient. So when we compare discussing the results, we find that these results compare well with the results which have been, with the studies which have been done from other countries and also other studies. For example, in Morocco, scale efficiency was estimated to be 93%. And there was the different levels of technical efficiency indicate inefficiencies, because health facilities receive the same amounts of inputs but produce at different levels. And the justification that was accounting for the inefficiencies was that these facilities receive budget shortfalls. They have challenges to do with essential medicines and health supplies, especially they normally get stockouts of medicines. Health center tools also have a system called the push system. The upper level, the ministry pushes, they just give them medicines without requisitioning which medicines are demanded in a given health facility. There are also policy changes regarding treatment guidelines, especially with the diseases like HIV. Whenever there are changes in the treatment guidelines, then the previous stock of stocks of medicines is wasted. But also, some health center tools receive medicines with a short shelf life of about 3 months to expire. Other staff members do not stay at the facility. There's also issues of supervision, infrastructure, of a population of patients, and so on. But also there was also leakages of medicines. As I conclude, the other objective was talking about how much would be saved if health facilities became efficient. So the slacks, the input slack shows the amount of resources that would be reduced in order to maximize outputs. And then the output slacks would be those ones that would be increased in order to become technically efficient. And then those red ones indicate the worst performing health facilities. Conclusion, the study finds that 77% of health center tools in this district are technically inefficient, while 23% are technically efficient. We also find that technical efficiency varies across facilities. Also, the performance of health facilities is poor compared to the national, regional, and global performance of healthcare systems. So we recommend that governments should allocate more healthcare budgets. Then they should conduct periodic evaluations of performance per facility. The facilities which are weak should do benchmarking to those which are doing better, And then there should be in service trainings for medical staff and non-medical staff. And then the ministry and DHO's office should also promote programs to equip the managers with the healthcare workers with skills to do with the treatment, diagnosis, and management of illness. But also the push system is also worsening the situation, so they would recommend the pull system so that health center tools can requisition medicines which are relevant to their conditions. But also, medicines with long life, with long shelf life should be supplied to health center tools, and there should be community engagement and sensitization of the public to utilize the available health services. I want to appreciate the Kyambogo University Competitive Research Grant that sponsored this study, in which we're able to get that publication, but also other 2 book chapters are published by Tira and Francis. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tindimweba Kenneth. You can see from Internet of Things to inefficiency in our healthcare systems. So these problems could be solved by ICT. So our next presentation is going to be an integration of ICT into the way we do our things. And this time, we are going to look at road construction projects. So our next presenter is Dr. Ismail Kamukama, who is going to present about enhancing the monitoring and evaluation of road construction projects using expert opinion, a case study of UNRA. Dr. Kamukama, you're most welcome. Dr. Mugerwa and Dr. Kenneth, if you want to see Dr. Kamukama's presentation, you can feel free to take the seats there, then you'll come back here for the Q&A session. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Kamukama, you're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. ICT, I can't see my slides. This is a different slide. We have 2 presentations. This what you have loaded is the second one. That is the first one. In my names. Okay, thank you very much. As earlier mentioned, my name is Kamukama Ismail, presenting this work titled, please stabilize. enhancing monitoring and evaluation of road construction projects using expert opinion with the case of UNRA. This was an exploratory study of the bigger study aiming at how GIS technology can be adopted in road construction, and this work is part of the exploratory study that was conducted to clearly understand our research problem. I worked with my colleague, Dr. Ismail Wadembere, who is also among the presenters. Introduction. You find that about 53% of infrastructure projects fail to achieve their targets, and according to this study conducted by Morad in 2022 rather, about 12,000 projects failed to be completed, get completed in time. They were experiencing cost overruns of up to 10 billion. And within our developing world, with Uganda inclusive, we find that over 50% of infrastructure projects fail to get completed in time and to meet targets, resulting into public outcries in delays, low quality deliveries, and failures. Literature has revealed a number of factors. Literature reveals or attributes some of the failures to the inefficient monitoring and evaluation. Monitoring and evaluation just refers monitoring the project as you collect data about the activities that are taking place, and then evaluating to see whether you are on target, whether you are meeting targets, so that in case you are not meeting targets, you come to review to bring the project back to schedule before the effect can spread to the whole project. And so if you get successes, then you get the feedback and apply the feedback into other activities so that they go on well. So some factors that affect M&E, research has revealed some poor communication, untrained staff, specialized training, underutilization of well-generated M&E reports, and so on. So the aim of this study, therefore, was to enhance M&E within road construction by identifying factors that influence, influence successful M&E within road construction projects under the jurisdiction of UNRA. Materials and methods. Here we used a survey, and within a survey there is a technique called Delphi. Delphi is a well-known technique when you are seeking expert opinion, where from literature we identified some factors identified by other researchers, and then identified experts within UNRA, and then we ran the survey, the questionnaire through a number of rounds of the experts on a given issue. Yeah, if after a round you have tested with statistics and there is no agreement, you update the questionnaire and then repeat the next round until they all come to consensus on either accepting something or rejecting it. So that in short, that is a summary of the Delphi technique that was used as summarized on that diagram. So with this method, a number of factors were identified and coded as they are presented, and then statistics that were used to test for convergence. One of them was the level of consensus was reached by looking at the percentage agreements. That's on percentage agree and strongly agree, to see that they are at least 70%. And then we used measures of central tendency, the mean, the standard deviation, and then the coefficient of variation. And now to test the agreement, the agreement and disagreement within the entire group, we used Kendall's coefficient of concordance, which is a statistical measure of expert judgment on a given issue. We used 30 experts from UNRWA M&E section. And then after that, after determining the factors, then we conducted ranking, where they are ranked from the most important or key, listed from highest to the lowest. So summaries of the results: 27% of the experts were female and 73 male. Highest qualification PhD, and lowest was diploma, with that presented experience in ranges of years. So the results, the convergence occurred after 3 rounds. After round 1, you can see that some factors have not attained the 75% score. Then now we conduct the second round, where consensus increased, and then the third round, the required consensus was reached. And then these are the figures. The first about 5 columns, they present results of round 1. And the second, also the second 5 columns represent results of round 2 and round 3. And then the key factors that we are looking for subsequent modeling, they are bolded. They are bolded as you can see. Then with the discussion and conclusion, we find that all the factors that we got, they had already been presented or identified by other researchers in other studies elsewhere. So we got a total of 12 key factors that are essential within M&E road construction. In conclusion, we find that this information here, it supports M&E teams within UNRWA to get focused on where to put emphasis, so that we can achieve effective or more M&E with improved efficiency. And also we find that the research found or forms a foundation for future research to explore other areas in the development of models and frameworks which can predict the success or failures of M&E of construction projects before actually the project gets off track. Then the finding also highlighted inadequate staffing as one of the hindering factors of M&E in road construction. So UNRA was advised to recruit more staff within that area. And the acknowledgements, we acknowledge Kyambogo University, most especially competitive research grants, as well as UNRA for supporting us in the conducting of this study. Here are the main references. The first one actually is this work that is published in one of the international journals. And with that, we thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamkama, and we thank all the presenters of session 1 of today. I want to request ICT to pray for them that AI ICT song as they take up their seats for a question and answer session. So members of the audience, please be preparing your questions. So what is big now that they have already started? Okay, thank you very much. After the Q&A session, I'm going to request the ICT to play that song and request every member of the mathematics department in this room to come and show us how they calculate strokes here on stage. So members of the mathematics department, prepare for that. We are now open for the Q&A session. Please, if you have any question, mention the presenter that you want to answer to that question. Yes, please, the first question.
Thank you, Prof. My question goes to Dr. Engineer Kamukama. You have a very interesting title, Enhancing the Monitoring and Evaluation of Road Construction Projects Using Expert Opinion. Who counts as an expert in this study of yours? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And my question goes to Dr. Dixon Kangwaji Samuel. So I'm very happy about your presentation, and as a mechatronics engineer, a component which can have all those functions in one is my dream. So I'm wondering about a few technical things, and maybe you can classify them. So we use many sensors in IoT. And these sensors have several functions. They need different drivers and all that in terms of hardware development. So how will you put all this in one compact module? Then in relation to that, the other issue is fabrication. How about the fabrication process? How will you do it? And most importantly, where will you do it? Do we have the facilities to fabricate such sophisticated technologies? In addition to that, maybe I didn't capture it well. What is the readiness level? Do you have a prototype already? This will be used in many universities, in schools, and for training. So we are looking at mass production. How is the plan for that? We have facilities to produce them here, or you will outsource externally. And finally, how much will be the final product? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a gentleman here. We need a representation from the ladies to also ask. The presenters were all
Yes.
men. The ladies
Good
are
morning,
not
members.
asking. Yes, good morning, sir.
This is Nwagme Honest, a student here doing Bachelor of Guidance and Counseling. And I'm happy to have this opportunity to intervene the last presenter who was presenting on roads and infrastructure. I am inquiring that I'm inquiring whether in his research whether he accounted for inclusion or the research was about to extend good roads to people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There is a gentleman here, and thank you very much. The gentleman, then after the gentleman, Dr. Nampala.
My name is Kagwa Cyrus Mulindwa, and my question goes to Dr. Kenneth. So he was presenting about the research about the efficiency of the health centers, but in his recommendations, okay, he didn't specify that lifespan or the time frame for drugs that should be supplied to the health centers in order to prevent this issue of having expired drugs. That's my question.
Thank you. Then Dr. Nampala.
Thank you very much. Mine goes to Dr. Mgera. I was fascinated by your talk. It is actually very captivating. My question is very simple. You're trying to curb the theoretical learning to ensure that the training that students get from here is very practical in industry. I'm wondering, are you working in collaboration with any industry to ensure that the training that you're giving to the learners using the tools that you're trying to develop are relevant in the industry? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. The very last question from the convener.
Chair, I don't even know what convener means, but I didn't know economics is so difficult. But so from a layman's perspective, I'm wondering why you went to Rukunjiri, as if Kampala things are okay, but maybe you'll elaborate. Though it's even cheaper to study Kampala here. I hear everyone
than our
complains.
medical center in Kyambogo.
Uh-huh. Then this IoT thing here. We had a keynote here. STI showed us they have a lot of facilities. I'm privileged to be part of National Council for Science and Technology. They put us in a bus and took us to a very nice facility in a Rebitete. They are trying to develop reverse engineering there. So if you buy a laptop from China, they dismantle it and they try to produce it in Uganda. State of the art. And they said it's a free facility. Anybody can bring their students and enjoy it. And they said Namambe here they make, do they call them motherboards or what? People who know this area. Electronic boards, circuit boards. And I saw a circuit board being kind of developed. I'm aware that our university may not have enough facilities, but wouldn't it be okay with try to explore these kind of facilities and collaborate and be able to train our students practically? Lastly, just naivety. The phone is on my chest here. I don't know whether that is Internet of Things in the phone. How safe is it? This connectivity. Is my heart safe? Thank you. But now through the chair, I beg that we were told yesterday sitting is smoking. You don't allow mathematics only to enjoy the. We could all do it in a bit of unsmoking ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Assuming that is the last question, let's have our presenters to repeat. And I think in their sitting order, let's begin from Dr. Kenneth as we move. Dr. Kamkama next, and then lastly Dr. Mugero. Yes, Kenneth?
Thank you so much, Chair, for this session. One of the questions was coming from a gentleman behind, probably a student, who was talking about the time for drugs. So most health facilities in Uganda, particularly for this study, normally report the problem of expiry of medicines. But one of the reasons was that they normally also receive medicines when they're about 3 months about to expire. So of course the issues also again are beyond what we can see, because sometimes the procurement processes where they are getting the drugs from, sometimes they take a lot of time in joint medical stores here. So by the time they reach in health facilities, they have a few months to expire. So we recommend that possibly from wherever the drugs are coming from, at least they would be supplied in the shortest possible time, so that the is a bit longer, so that we can save on the medicines. Then the chair, Professor Mugampoza, asks why Rukunjiri. So this was part of a bigger study which was looking at the public, how the public facilities are working in Western Uganda, possibly because maybe I have an interest there coming from the area, so I know much about the details of almost every facility there. So they normally have issues, even when they receive all these facilities or resources which are meager, of course from the small budgets from the central government. Then we find that there is a lot of wastage which is happening amid this scarcity. So wasting medical resources amid this scarcity became a paradox and created an interest for us to go and study in this area. So, but this is just, this publication was just centering on one district, but the entire study was bigger, including so many districts in Western Uganda. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kenneth. Next, Dr. Kamkama.
Thank you very much. Here you can see two questions. The first one was, who is an expert in this study? So within our study, the expert was specified to be any person, any employee who has an academic qualification and has worked in M&E or any road construction company with an experience of about 5 years. And then the second question was whether the study accounted for inclusion of good roads to the people. Now here, within project management, the entire project work is sequenced within activities, and each of them has everything, every details, including the resources it will cost, and all the subsequent activities. So, with improved
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kamkama. Lastly, Dr. Mugero.
Thank you very much, moderator. I have a couple of questions from people. I'll start with Engineer Dr. Kangwaje. His first question was about how you're going to incorporate more sensors on one circuit board or one PCB. Yes, this is worrying. The thing is, more sensors, more problems. Where are the problems? If you look at one, we start with the size of the PCB. We want to make sure that it is as small as possible, and that comes with challenges. But with research, you have to find a solution. You don't have to cry about problems. So some of the problems I've really looked at, we've faced is voltage mismatch. We have signal interference, and these are things we are dealing with. It's not a one-time thing. You just put a sensor and it works. You find it's interfering with. So how are we going to mitigate this? Some sensors they can have a shared bus. If they use the same voltage, same watt, you can use a shared bus. Then we are thinking, because we are considering sensors that are used in practicals, but if someone wants to do something, a project is bigger than what we normally use, the DHT sensor, ultrasonic sensors. So we are planning to put a shield, a stack shield on top. If you have any additional thing, you can put on the stack shield. And then for the software compatibility, we are looking at data logging, and so we want to give a provision of someone installing some of those softwares, just in case you have something that requires a firmware, you can do data logging, and you put that firmware. Then fabrication, where are you going to do fabrication from? I've seen most people, we got a representative from the Minister of, from the President's office was talking about EDIC Uganda. They do fabrication, they make sensors. We are going to use them to make for us sensors, but the challenge they have, they don't print PCBs. And if they try to print, they print one layer. They don't print 2 layers. Our project is 2-layer PCB. They don't do it. And most of the complicated PCBs, they print them from China. We opted for Kenya. But for Kenya, if you look at printing a circuit board at $300 of China, in Kenya it's $1,000 one. That is cost. So we are opting to use China if we cannot do it from Uganda. Then how ready is our prototype? Since it is something we are having all in one on one PCB, it's really complicated, and we are still on design and testing. Before we go for printing, you must make sure you have simulated. Everything is perfectly working. The voltage is okay. No interference. We are still on testing, but the design is done, but we are testing. We have some challenges. After troubleshooting all the bugs, we are good to go. We shall print the circuit boards. Then how much is the kit? This is interesting. We are cutting cost, but we expect to be not more than 300,000. Thank you. I'll respond to Dr. Hajat. You allow me to call you Dr. Hajat. You asked about collaborations. We're in touch with EDIC Uganda. We've seen what they do. We can work with them. Our students have had internship from there. We have another company called Tetlang. Tetlang has offered internship to our students in embedded systems and IoT. We are working with them. Actually, sometimes we got challenges on the design, and we were helped on how to go about it. We are really stuck. One of the sensors was not responding, and we realized it was using a higher voltage. So we had to find a solution from them. So we have that collaboration. Then from Professor, I'll respond to you very fast. It's more of facilities, and we are working with EDIC and Tetlang. They're helping us a lot. I'll respond to that. Then you talked about having your phone with you. I would recommend, Professor, if you're somewhere, make sure don't put your phone with you. Just put it somewhere, at least, yes. That is, you see mine? Yes, we have radiations that are really, it's emitting radiations, but it's better not to put it onto your body. If you're somewhere, if you're in your car, put it somewhere. But we are worrying about phones. How about the MiFi in your office? I don't know whether you have, most of us have MiFi in our offices, in the bedrooms. This is the most dangerous thing. Some people talk about masts. You find someone has built a house close to a mast. Most of those masts are not dangerous because they are emitting in far radius. It's covering people that are far away from the mast. So if you're close, don't worry because you're in the shadow of the mast. But for the phone, it has radiations and you're not safe. Please always put it at least a distance. I think that's the best I can respond to you, Professor. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for our presenters. Then ICT, are you ready? Everyone, we can now stand up as guided. Mathematics should lead us. I see Dr. Tropico is here. She should be the lead. Yes, ICT?
Hey! Kyambogo with it! 18 on 220 break. Now I'm sharp.
Dr. Steam is leading. Please follow.
Skip. It's Kyambogo Festival. Skip. Come see innovation. 21 to 23. We start at 9 o'clock. Don't miss the future. Kyambogo non-stop. STEM. Come see innovation. 21 to 23. We start at 9 o'clock. Don't miss the future. Kyambogo non-stop. Science and tech, we bringing it live. Engineering, arts, feel the vibe. AI, climate, idea so clean. The future is now at the STEAM scene. STEM. Come see innovation. 21 to 23. We start at 9 o'clock. Don't miss the future. Kyambogo non-stop. Science and tech, we bringing it live. Engineering, arts, feel the vibe. AI, climate, idea so clean. The future is now at the STEAM scene.
Thank you.
Students, people come, bum.
Thank you very much for that health break. Thank you, Dr. Steam, for leading us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the second session. Uganda is gifted by nature, so we will move along. We thank God for the gift of rain. Yes. So let us move to session 2, and I will invite Dr. Jafes Kwilinjila to make a presentation on the most significant changes from women's economic empowerment and pathways from Ugandan women in the agro-value chain. Doctor, you're most welcome. Okay. It's okay. Members, amidst us is Professor Richard Scott from the Department of English, Troll University, USA, Professor, you're most welcome. Dr. Kwirinjira, you're most welcome too.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed, and a good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, this is a study that was funded by Kyambogo University, and the output is the publication that we're going to share and see how it informs gender and monitoring and evaluation. The study is available. The publication is free access. It's online, so the details can be picked anytime. This is the presentation outline for your information. So why are we so much bothered about most significant change? So evaluation is about, did we achieve, did it happen from the objective perspective? What objectives were set out to be achieved, were they achieved? But most significant change privileges and leverages the beneficiary, those that were being targeted by the intervention. So here in this case, after all is said and done, so what? So we're answering the ultimate question, so what? What was significant to the women in the agro-value chain, those that had went off all forms of support and were independent? So we asked them, what is it that was significant after all was done and now you seem successful? What are you taking? So we understand the background development to be multifaceted, but also going beyond quantification and linear models. So here I wanted to have an emic approach, if you want. What is it that the beneficiaries in real terms are saying changed in their lives? So we did not follow the universal indicator model, where, for instance, you are counting and looking at numbers, and one of the bigger questions that remains unanswered is that not everything is countable, or not everything countable counts. So we're looking at the stories of change. What changed in the beneficiaries' lives? So this is what we are looking at, and therefore we are motivated by the understanding that even when things are done, sometimes real impact may not be visible from the implementer's perspective. It's sometimes, more importantly, it's the beneficiary who has the real story than the guy who is merely doing accountability. So we are motivated by learning. What is it that we can learn from that which happened other than accounting for money and resources? For those who received the resources, what did they remain with beyond implementation? And so we wanted to see what is durable beyond merely saying we're successful because we reached so many people. But those that were reached, what did they remain with when the project went? So we are not, this is not an antithesis against quantification or linear models. We are saying that this can be complementary. And we are trying to bridge the inadequacies as any approach that are in conventional monitoring and evaluation. So this approach is really looking at things that go beyond controlled and measured approaches that are easy to count. What are the things that we cannot count? Those invisibilities of life and development. We also know that WHO has an approach called the social dimensions of development, beyond GDP and all that. And those are things that really matter. So we're motivated by such approaches that change a life. Most significant has its roots in intervention research, especially among the marginalized people. So we are trying to look at this as an empowerment model that is driven by academic inquiry. Then, having said that, what is the evidence of success from the beneficiary's perspective, beyond the one who was running the resources, and looking at it as a way to say, well, I was efficient, I was effective, and therefore the accountability is complete, I can sign out. But those who remained, as we have emphasized. So we had about 5 questions. Who did what, right? So these are the narratives that we collected. When, why the change was vital, why do the beneficiaries think this change was significant? Why did they think that it was significant? And the intangible nature of it. But also the more important thing is that how did the program facilitate the changes that remained? And these were women in the agro-value chain, as I've said. So theoretically, we are grounded in the actor-oriented paradigm, and the proponent is Norman Long, whereby people must be actors even when they don't have the resources. But the agency approach, much as they are being exposed to resources and facilitated, but they have agency within themselves. And then the question is, what made sense to them? You had the money, you had the infrastructure, but does it make sense to them? Is it significant? You claim that everyone rose from absolute poverty to relative poverty to fair indicators of welfare, but is that significant? Do they think that really matters? Or it's because you happen to be around and they also where they were around? Then the other thing is, was this change significant? Was it meaningful in their objectives, not in your objectives? And that's the point of departure. Was this significant in the beneficiaries' objectives, not the implementers' objectives? So the application of the MSc approach, Prof. Convener, this is not a Master of Science, most significant change. So one is, focus is on learning more than accountability. This is not about resource use, no, it's about durability. 2, when we have interventions that are highly participatory, we use this approach. But also 3, we are able to look at planning models that are not necessarily amenable to linear analysis. Therefore, standardization is not quite possible. The variations within the sample, within the beneficiaries, is acknowledged, and this is why we listen to them. We take the stories of change. Right, so what was, again, the problem statement, if you look at it that way? We've tried to wrap this up in the interest of time. What is it that people regarded as important? But also the relationship building and social connectedness. This is also what we're looking at. How many relations were the significant ones in this implementation that was driven by resources, especially the financial ones? But the question is, did the beneficiaries build social connectedness? Did they have any relations beyond the monetary outcomes? So we again wanted to really see what impact do women economic empowerment interventions with a lens of the agro-value chain have in people's lives. So the study design was exploratory and qualitative. We used, it was cross-sectional. We collected data at one point in time. We did not have waves of data collection, although we did a pilot, and we analyzed this data using a hermeneutic phenomenology approach, but also closely looked at social phenomena so as to make meaning out of these interventions. Respondents, rather participants, were all above 18 years who had wind of women economic empowerment, as I've put, in the agro-value chain. So it was specific to that. These were people in produce, supplies, storage, and trading in agro-commodities. We also interviewed stakeholders in the Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association and Private Sector Foundation. We had about 4 domains, and in each domain we had 4 participants. Then we looked at Kampala and Wakiso, where we collected data through about 24 interviews, and we were focused on the areas of Makindye, Rubaga, Kawempe, Entebbe, and Nansana. So the justification is Kampala and Wakiso are the biggest urban centers in Kampala, but also they've had the most poverty alleviation modalities and interventions, but also they are the most heterogeneous. They are most heterogeneous in terms of culture and income outlays, but also manifestations of all typologies of poverty. We also used secondary literature. We had ethical clearance from REC and National Council of Science and Technology, as you can see there. So findings, we had 8 themes. The first one, okay, we'll go straight away. The first one is that what women valued, what was significant, is that they were able to take on new responsibilities, they had gained community respect, and increased participation. That was the first theme. That was what they counted as significant. They noticed that they were able to take on new responsibilities. They were also able to get community respect and increased participation. But the second one was intriguing. They noted that they had gotten better mental health because they are no longer stressed about the goings on of life. And in the paper where it's elaborate, one will say that she had afforded to sleep soundly in a very long time because she was not worried about the next day as such. And we consider that was very significant. I can now sleep. That's clinical recommendation, Prof. So we regarded that as extremely significant, but also a measure of empowerment beyond money in the pocket. 3, they talked about improved family relations, and this is very deep, and gender equity in the household. It's not gender balance, but equity. In other words, there's room for negotiation, room for maneuver. But also in the paper, which is downloadable, you'll notice one of them said that now they also know the value of resources and can engage in a negotiation and a transaction. And that was quite empowering. But they talked about things like respect, fears going away, more openness with the spouse, can also talk money and then listen to, but also overall family welfare, and more negotiation around resources. The fourth theme looks at voicing up women's concerns in the community and being part of the development agenda. In other words, these women who had went off and had proved empowered, they also noted that there are now voices in the community about development agenda. So when there's a meeting, they are invited in their own right. And that was quite important. They regarded that as ability to represent other women, but also as a measure of social justice. And this was quite significant, where they talked about choice and access to contraception. Now, she doesn't have to ask for transport from the spouse or whoever, because they can fund that. And this is again linked to poverty alleviation, but also issues of fertility and all the complications that go in there. Fifth, as a significant theme out of economic empowerment, was confidence, well-being, and purpose of life. And this was quite interesting, because they said now they are confident, they are not intimidated. They feel that they can also engage and ask how much is that, without having to say, I'll ask, then I come and then ask how much actually it costs. So that's sort of the power triad that was not very good, the symmetrical engagement. Sixth was meaning making of life. So the whole thing was that the shared narratives enabled us to understand that significance in someone's life is not easily manifested. You don't find it available. You have to go and look for it. I don't know that that makes sense. So ideally, to know what's significant in someone's life, you have to go a step deeper, but also engage them closely. They don't wear it as a tag. It is a bit personal to them. And we'll see that there were things like backstage empowerment. They knew that they were powerful and let people who are bluffing pass. You can say what you want, but I know my worth. So I don't want to, I don't have to engage in a confrontation with you to show that I'm empowered. And that's self-efficacy, to know that me being powerful doesn't need acknowledgement from you. I know I'm empowered. So you can go. I know what I'm capable of and what I'm not capable of. So this also counterintuitively dealt with domestic violence, because this lady knows that she has her endowment. You can talk whatever you talk. We may even not come back anyway. We shall eat. And so that mitigated this whole thing of the man being everything. Tetuna fumba tanaba kukoma osalongo. Hey, let him be there. We shall eat. You know, he can even stay longer. We shall be better off. So this is the whole thing of meaning making. So they were making meaning and were able to have better functionings and lived a life of being and doing. They were able to do and be what they thought was important without need for verification from anyone, because they were able. So that pathway is not easily to navigate, and that's why we're saying that this welfare and significance permeated all spheres of life, but was not easily seen. It was not easily manifested. The seventh theme is very important. Setbacks are very, very normal. So we also asked them, was this just a rosy journey? Was it easy to reach here? Said no, there are many setbacks. And we found that very validating of their resilience. It was a measure of resilience. They didn't say that it was so easy, but they said, for instance, if you see, they said that we should not win only to lose our gains. So they say that if something is going to take away the gains that you've won, you let it pass, because you must have something that is sustainable. And we found that speaking to sustainable development, and they were avoiding a situation of being a weak winner, where you have the gains but you don't enjoy them. That was very deep. So the meaning here, the message here was that they wanted also space to enjoy and live these gains, not to say, and we've had the stories, so the intervention came, gave the lady the cow or the goat, and the woman handed it to the man. So whose is it? You see. So the thing is, this is my goat, this is my chicken, and I can eat them when we want. We can sell them or exchange them for better value. They wanted that scenario, not a staged sort of empowerment. So they wanted also to be durable winners, not weak winners. But also they appreciated so much respect and power. They wanted so much respect and power. The other thing is that the relationships that were valued were those where there was a supporting family relationship. They did not appreciate and trusting relationships. So however much it was financially secure, but you were untrusted, that was a big setback. Lastly, the last theme is COVID, which was really a confounder, because we did this study during 2022. So many things had gone bad, businesses wiped out, and things like that. So what are the lessons and main takeaways? So one is that cultural and structural inequalities cannot be addressed only by individual interventions. We need structural interventions. So interventions that target individuals but leave systems as they were, those don't do much. They're just passing. They are fleeting. But also, more importantly, women showed us that they put needs of others before their own. So they pay this heavy price before even they can celebrate anything. Is everyone else comfortable? Is everyone else on board? But also they told us that power is not given but self-generated. It's not handed over to you, but you claim it, you earn it. And we thought that was quite deep. The other thing that we are able to take out of this is that women are not homogeneous. It's quite a dynamic and vibrant group. But also, this was interesting, where women told us that even while there is a lot of patriarchy and dominance, men are not always empowered, but also they are not always oppressors. So they also have their own struggles they're dealing with. And that reality to us was a good mediating outcome, to show that this is not even a battle of the sexes. It's not. It's a development call. Everyone has something to put in, and everyone does. No gender has everything. No gender has it all. And this is the space that we want to leverage, the partnerships. As we get to the end, the other one is that what we realize is that women economic empowerment is a business case. It also implies good business beyond human rights and freedoms. If you get women economic empowerment right, you're talking development, not even women, not gender, not feminism. There's a lot of money in that space. If you extend all these benefits to women and bring them on board, it's very, very important for everyone. We had a follow-up as we were trying to wind up this study. So, Chair, I'll beg for indulgence, just 2 minutes so that we don't cut the presentation. So, we asked them, how did they get where they got? Because the issue is, now you are here. What's the pathway? And very clearly, I'll go through this very quickly. One is that goal setting is very important. They argued that they got there by setting goals very clearly, unambiguous goals. And one of the things was having them written down so that they sort of serve as a constant reminder, and this feeds into monitoring and evaluation. The checking, the register, that type of sort of a commitment board was very, very important. Peer and family support, having friends that encourage you when things are not doing well, but also the ability to break down goals into smaller steps, goal communication and peer support, especially verbalization. Can you talk through your goals to yourself and to your significant others? Then to be resilient, to be willing to go on even when things don't work, but notably to be able to revisit your goals, not to be stuck in a goal that is not working. And this is not to show that you don't know where you are going, but if something is not working, leave it, replace it. And that's also a measure of monitoring and evaluation. And also rewarding oneself. It was interesting that when you achieve, celebrate it. And this is not a measure of waste, but it's a measure of affirmation, but also self-motivation. The other one was that setbacks are normal, so you don't beat yourself too hard and sort of contemplate suicide and things like that. No. When things don't work, it's a lesson to do it better, but also a measure of adaptability, but also you should engage other players that are significant. For instance, men who are very, very objective are a resource in women economic empowerment. What's the conclusion? So one is that the transformatory significance of women economic empowerment was very clear. In other words, it's not just a myth, or it's not even a facade. It's very clear. Then two, women economic empowerment beneficiaries had attempted to challenge and destabilize social inequalities. They were sort of actively challenging them. Not violently, of course. There was no violence here. But they had proved that they are capable, they are able, and for everyone's benefit, very importantly. But also they noted, we conclude that interdependence of individual and structural change in processes of women economic empowerment. In other words, we need to address both individuals and structures. Then we can have the desired change. Not to leverage individuals and forget structures, because structures have their own space and their own life, which must be influenced. The other one is that structures, structures shape resources, ages, and achievements, but also gender and women empowerment works toward the stability in life. If you want equilibrium, if you want peace, women must be empowered as well. It's not that they don't know how to do this thing. And this works against the false notion that empowered women are centers of trouble. That's not true. That's a fallacy. But also human rights and social justice are entry points in and as well as driving empowerment overall in general. The limitation is that we simply had one lens. We looked at women in one sector, agro-value chains. So it is possible that women in other domains of life could have different experiences, although this can be one place to begin. But also bigger longitudinal studies that use mixed methods can be very, very important. Thank you, Chair.
We are about
40 minutes behind schedule, and I do wish that the next presenter you use as minimum time as possible. We are going to invite Dr. Olemtum Julius to talk about the prevalence and diversity of Ficilium wilt, a causative agent in tomato in eastern Uganda. Doctor, since for you are a scientist, I think you can calculate and use only 10 minutes. You'll have done us a favor. Thank you very much, and you're most welcome.
Thank you so much for this great opportunity. I welcome everybody to this moment. My name is Olemtum Julius from Faculty of Agriculture. I'm actually a student and not a doctor yet, but in the process. I recognize the presence of all members here in their respective capacity as we listen to share this moment. In my study, ICT, oh yeah, I was using, oh yeah. In all our families, I believe we cannot do without tomatoes in our diet. And in most cases, in a story to tell at one time, I went out there to get tomato, and they told me, man, tomato, this one is at 500 shillings, one piece of tomato, 500 shillings. And I asked myself, why? And the question wasn't answered clearly. Somebody said, you know, the prices are high. You know, where we bought it from, the supply was limited. Therefore, I'm here to introduce my topic of the study, which is prevalence and diversity of Fusarium wilt, causative agents of tomato in eastern Uganda, a case study in Mbale and Soroti. Happened to be supervised by Professor Bosco Bua, PhD, and Dr. Akelo Juliet, all from Faculty of Agriculture. We realized that tomato is one of the most significant crops that people have embraced, that has improved on the nutrition in terms of the vitamins and other values. Some people have embraced growing of tomatoes as a source of living and earning. And all this has been hampered by a disease called Fusarium wilt disease, caused by Fusarium oxyforum forma specialis lycopsis. This disease is rated to be fifth most significant among the diseases affecting the crop, therefore causing a total economic loss of about 14%. And this is too much, assuming you are dealing in this business and you lose to a tune of 14%. This is too much to a farmer. These yield losses are attributed to the pathogen's ability to survive in these environmental conditions, like in the case study in Soroti and in eastern Uganda, the pathogen has a the area itself has the climatic conditions that favor it. Now, what is the problem in this study? Fusarium is a serious emerging threat in the production in Uganda. In one study in Katakwi, it was noted a yield loss of about 100%, which became a threat in that area as per the corporation news noted in that. Now, there was limited information on the occurrence and distribution of the different production regions in Uganda. Inadequate characterization of species diversity and low adoption of resistant varieties and grafting techniques have also been a challenge here. Fusarium pathogens prevalence is prevalent in the soil, and resistance to most of the agrochemical conditions, agrochemicals, makes it challenging, emphasizing that the need for integrated disease management and the need for research on prevalence and diversity of the pathogen. Now, my study is embedded into two objectives. One of them is to assess the prevalence and the prevalence of Fusarium wilt in the area in eastern Uganda, and the second objective was to characterize the causative agents, the agents that cause this disease in the two locations. My study was embedded, the first objective was handled purposeful, I used a survey, cross-sectional survey of 100 respondents per location, and that is 200 per the two districts, purposefully, and using a structured questionnaire. And the results found out that 81% was prevalent in Soroti, and then 19% in this disease itself. The magnitude of disease in terms of severity was high in terms of 3 as noted there. It is also noted that within the study, the prevalence was attributed basically to the plant growth stages, and which was basically during the flowering stage, which was noted, and due to the season in which the crops were grown. And you can agree with me that literature says this pathogen can thrive best basically in areas that are warm, and the reason of that. And my second objective, which was to characterize disease plant samples, were picked from the two locations, isolated from Kyambogo University, and purified from IIT International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, that is in. Later on, quantification of the DNA was done, and the DNA sequences taken to Netherlands for sequencing, and the data obtained was analyzed. Now, in the study of my characterization, involved two aspects: morphological, which looked at the colors, which looked at the rate at which the pathogen would grow, and then microscopy that looked at the conidial shape, and and lastly, it also looked at the development of a centrifugal ring along when it ages. Now, isolates that were obtained were tested through pathogenicity in our spring house here in Kyambogo, and they were analyzed as we see there. There was a significance between the isolates that were obtained. Now, out of all the isolates that I obtained from the the two regions, I obtained 11 isolates, but this wasn't clear enough under morphological characterization, and my study would have carried much weight when carried out genetic, molecular characterization, and therefore the isolates were DNA of the isolates were filtered, were extracted, and after extracting of the DNA, we did PCR amplification in order to get the magnitude or the quantities of the DNA within that. Now the DNA PCR quantification involved the use of the ITS and the TEF1 alpha, which helped me to identify the gene sequences. Now, all the isolates from the PCR were taken for sequencing, and after sequencing, blasting was done, and after blasting, they were analyzed, and you will see here that out of the 10 isolates that were got, my study found out that 50% of the isolates were Fusarium oxfosforum, 40% of the isolates were Fusarium solanae, and 10 were outgrowth. Possibly this is because of the variability in the agroecological conditions of the area. My study concludes by saying Fusarium wilt is prevalent in eastern Uganda. It is also influenced by growth stages and severity. And my study also finds out that Fusarium diversity is in these regions, and Fusarium oxforum and solanae were obtained. This calls for immediate action on focusing on integrated management practices, on resistant variety development, and expanded surveillance to prevent widespread failure and safeguard tomato production. Members, this is our take home. If it is not handled, farmers will lose these plants, and therefore it will not do much. In this singular honor, my study recommends that prevalence and pathogen isolation from other regions of Uganda be conducted. My study also recommends that to evaluate commonly grown tomato cultivars against Fusarium oxforum complexes in order to establish the genetic material for breeding. I would also take this singular honor to appreciate my supervisors for the support. I appreciate all members of the Faculty of Agriculture and staff members of IITA and NACRI. I also want to appreciate one of my colleagues who has traveled from Amuria to come and witness this session. I thank you so much for all of this, for God and my country.
So we also welcome the gentleman from Amulia. Welcome to Kyambogo University. I don't know how to say you are welcome in the language that is locally used in Amulia. I think it's because of this Fusarium wilt that the price of tomatoes has increased. The ladies here know. How much is a kilogram now? 10K or what? Yeah. So we need to address that issue. So the first presentation of the session was talking about empowerment of women in the agricultural value chain. Now allow me invite Sister Dr. Teresa Namirembe to present on advocacy for women empowerment and emancipation in Uganda. An illusion or a reality? Eh? You are most welcome. You'll tell us. Please, a hand clap for Sister as she comes.
The Vice Chancellor, members present. present here in your capacities. You are welcome. I'm Sister Dr. Teresa Francis Namirembe. And I have my copy I, someone we have worked with, Miss Aisha Nansuga. Stand for recognition. And then we have a student, Madame Goreti Chisache. She's also present. Yes. My topic is advocacy for women empowerment and emancipation in Uganda. Is it an illusion or a reality? Let's first listen to this one, and then we go on.
As you are aware, today we are here particularly happy that for the first time in the history of this country, Uganda has joined hands with the international community in observing this occasion. While it is appreciated that the women of Uganda did not have to struggle to vote and to get equal pay for equal work, it is also a fact that there is still a lot Ugandan women have to achieve. It is statistically acknowledged that there are more women in Uganda than men. The question then is why is it that women are not adequately represented at various government levels and other bodies? One does not require many examples to show what we are trying to point out. There are no women in the cabinet. There is only one member of parliament. The number of women on various parastatals and other bodies is minimal. There are no women judges. At Makerere there is only one woman professor. There is only one woman permanent secretary and 3 undersecretaries. It is no wonder that the women of Uganda feel that they have not been appreciated or taken seriously enough.
So that was 1984 when Millie Obote was addressing the first Women's Day, and that was the situation. Today, the situation has really changed, and there is a lot that we have achieved, and a lot is yet to be desired. The research examines the nature of gender equity initiatives, looking closely at diverse policies and strengths and strategies that underscore the delay of women's full emancipation and empowerment. Emancipation here means the process of removing structural and systematic barriers that restrict women's rights and freedoms. And then empowerment is understood as equipping women with the tools, opportunities, and authority to participate fully in societal development. Thank you. Our project looked at 3 advocacy groups. We looked at the academics, academicians, the gender mainstreaming, equal gender inclusion in Kyambogo University and Makerere University, the legal, that's FIDA, Ugandan women lawyers, and then literature and media, femme rights, Ugandan women writers. Uganda has made progress in women's rights, but many women still live without real freedom. This study asks one honest question. Are we empowering and emancipating women in reality, or creating an illusion of both? The research project addresses the dearth of completeness in the empowerment and emancipation processes. It emphasizes the need to disorient the oppressive structures and foster inclusive and equitable societies. And at the onset of our conversations and interviews with our clients, one interviewee insisted that if you want to understand the operational policies of the advocacy groups in Uganda, do not look only at the policies on paper. Listen to what we live with every day in our institutions, our classrooms, homes, and communities. So we followed. Uganda has had and inherited strong frameworks as background, like we know the Constitution, and then we have CEDAW and many, many other advocacies for women empowerment. The advocacy groups have promoted women's rights for decades. Then this progress is seen in education, in political presentations, and legal awareness. But cultural norms and poverty still limit women. The gap exists between policy and deliverance. What is the problem? We found out that the problem from our discussions in our research that emancipation and empowerment are still elusive goals for many Ugandan women, especially at the grassroots. We moved to Kabong in Karamoja. We talked with women. We moved down to Nyamitanga. We talked with women. We came down in the center here and around some places. And then we found out, especially at the grassroots, empowerment and emancipation are some things that are not really common to them. The key advocacy programs reveal a persistent gap between institutional efforts and the actual lived reality of women. Structures exist, yes, but impact is limited. Gender-based violence persists and leadership is still male-dominated. The research aims to unearth the underlying barriers and offer evidence-based insights for rethinking feminist advocacy in Uganda. So many gains are symbolic, like one of the doctor said here, the first doctor about women empowerment, but much is not transformative. Our general objective was to explore factors which have hampered the successful implementation of full emancipation and empowerment of women across diverse advocacies. We went down to these advocacies and saw how empowerment and emancipation are reflected in the missions, visions, and strategic programs in the day-to-day of the advocacy groups. We wanted to analyze the strategy and operational approaches used by the advocacy groups. And so, the existing literature we read showed, we read much about the global scholars, those you know very well. Then the African perspectives, we also referred to Wangari Maathai, who links women's empowerment to development and environmental justice. We also came down to our own Ugandan and East African ladies that we know. Rebecca Kadaga, Miriam Matembe, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, her message fits us very well, and many others. We used a qualitative research approach involving interviews, focus groups, discussions, document analysis, and literature analysis. Findings: reality against illusion, vis-a-vis illusion. The findings highlight a tension between symbolic and substantive progress. While affirmative action has increased the number of female students, leadership positions remain overwhelmingly male. What we see in that is that women are present in classrooms, but still missing on boardrooms, Senate meetings, and top leadership spaces, if they are there in minimal numbers. The second finding, academics, empowerment without power. The research, especially when we went to these two universities, Makerere and Kyambogo University, it shows, we discussed and saw that gender mainstreaming desks in Makerere and Kyambogo have played important roles, particularly in addressing sexual harassment and sex for marks scandals and other things. Without those gender desks, many students, like they have been saying, would have suffered in silence, as these became the only safe places to report anomalies. However, it is evident that when it comes to bigger issues, like who is appointed a dean, who sits on the council, or who gets promoted and who promotes, these structures remain silent. The research reveals that gender is not fully integrated across institutions. When you leave gender-focused spaces, like the offices of gender, the Directorate of Gender, you often leave gender behind, and many departments still operate as if gender equality is irrelevant. Another finding is that foundations of inequality. What comes out strongly is that gender awareness must begin from the earliest stages of life. You cannot wait until university to talk about gender equality, because by then individuals are already formed by patriarchal cultures. There is a clear need to begin in the home and in the nursery schools, in primary schools, so that respect for girls and boys as equals becomes part of our upbringing, and empowerment and emancipation is respected. The big gap, there is a big gap, uneven empowerment. It becomes apparent that the benefits of gender efforts are uneven. Urban educated women, like most of us here, have gained a lot, but rural women who lack land rights, education, and political connections are still left behind. The divide between urban and rural women remains a major gap. What stands out is that gender advocacy is often stigmatized. Literature and the legal, voice without structure. The findings highlight that literature and storytelling play an important role in changing mindsets, helping individuals see themselves differently and question harmful behaviors. At the same time, it becomes evident that literature alone is not enough. There is a need for laws, budgets, and leadership that actively support the empowerment and emancipation of women, because cultural efforts must be supported by institutional and legal reforms. The development at risk. A final insight. The evidence points to the fact that women empowerment and emancipation are directly linked to national development. It is impossible to achieve development goals while other women remain excluded or sidelined from leadership, education, and economic empowerment in higher places. General recommendations. To achieve full empowerment and emancipation, we discussed there is need to move beyond policies and fully integrate gender equality into leadership structures, institutions, and everyday practices. This calls for increasing women's representation in leadership, especially in university councils, whatever the positions are. We also saw that one way forward is to extend gender advocacy to grassroots communities by using local cultural approaches, such as orature and community theater. This suggests the need to build partnership between universities, artists, and communities, so that gender equality is not only taught, but also practiced and experienced in everyday life. It is necessary also to include men in gender equality efforts, ensuring that it is not perceived as a threat, but as a shared responsibility. Many have been saying boys have been left behind. We have to make a shared responsibility. Also, there is a need to align gender equality efforts with the national development goals. So, to realize full women empowerment and emancipation, change must start way down from families and communities. We were in Kyambogo there. Conclusion. Women's empowerment and emancipation in Uganda is ongoing. Uneven and incomplete. Advocacy has created progress, but not full transformation. Empowerment and emancipation must move beyond paper. The goal is not just representation, but real power and real equality. Thank you. Women's empowerment and emancipation is not an illusion we must defend. It is a reality we must complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sister Namirembe, for that presentation. I can see it has brought a lot of light in the room. And allow me to recognize amidst us the Deputy Chief or Director, Directorate of Research and Graduate Training. A round of applause for the empowered woman. Thank you very much. So that brings us to the QA session. I want to take this opportunity to invite back our presenters to take up these seats and also invite the audience to prepare your questions. I can imagine, sister, you have so many questions from the empowered, emancipated, and our agents of change. As they come also amidst us, we recognize the presence of the internship coordinator for Faculty of Science. Since our students are here, you can stand up for recognition, sir. Thank you very much. That his office is a support office for our students, and we appreciate that. Okay, thank you very much. Our presenters are here, and I want to request Madam Ruth, I see her moving with the microphone. Please put up your right hand. Oh, thank you very much, Engineer Mugerwa.
Thank you, moderator. My question goes to sister. We have observed that an empowered woman doesn't want to get married. A man with money wants to marry, but a woman with money or empowered wants to be free. How can we handle that? We've seen this in developed countries. Women are really rich and they don't prefer to have children. They don't prefer to get married. How should we handle this empowerment?
All the examples she has presented there were married. Let me defend her. Let me defend her.
Prof, a quick one.
Yes,
a quick
please.
one. Hello. Dr. Dennis Kajera Kachakara from the Department of Math. Mine goes to Dr. Japheth. Your study is a very interesting one, but I find it conflicting somewhere. How are you accounting for the household dynamics and joint ownership when attributing to economic benefits to women? Then one for Sister Namirembe. Women emancipation, a very big issue and a very interesting topic for research studies. This question goes to all of us as food for thought. How can academics, researchers, and lecturers contribute more directly to women's empowerment beyond only writing papers? Thank you.
Those questions are well calculated. They involved simulations and some logarithms. So sister, you must be ready. Deputy Chief, DLGT.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Dr. Kwiringira Japheth. At a certain moment, did you involve the men? You know, it would be nice to hear a man saying that I now respected my wife more. And then at a certain moment, I heard some of these statements that you can now even delay. We shall be well off. I'm like, are we now parting the woman from the man? You know, sometimes these things look more finances, but in the long run, they could have some effects. So I wanted to hear the other side of the story also. Thank you.
Thank you. I think now we can turn to this column. Let's begin from behind, and then we shall end with Professor.
Thank you so much. My name is Thomas Rwantonzi. My question goes directly to the second presenter, Mr. Julius. Now that we well know the diversity of the pathogens within the area, what would be the immediate recommendation to the Ministry of Agriculture to help the farmers go about it, since we all know that most of the farmers do not afford chemical equipment, or those chemicals are so expensive? Then what would be the best recommendation to help the farmers down to come up with that all pathogens? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that question from Mathematics and Statistics. Next, the gentleman in blue, then my friend here, and finally, Professor.
Thank you very much. My name is Kisa Sakayo, a student from chemistry. My first question goes to my brother with the tomato research. You gave in a very good recommendations. I wanted to know, as I looked at the brains behind the research, I saw the PhD holders, doctors. Is there anything we can start up with as we are waiting for other stakeholders to come in as a university, as agriculture of Kyambogo University? Then my last question goes to sister. Yeah, we've all seen the woman empowerment, emancipation, but are we preparing the men also for the empowered women?
Thank you. Let's have the microphone handed to him, please.
Yes, the previous session, I've enjoyed it. It was very wonderful. But as the day has gone, as the day is going, the first session was about infrastructure technology and others dealing with dealing with the with the Department of Technology. For me, this question goes to all the table. According to the presentation I've had statistics here and there, but the topic of inclusion inclusion. I have not heard about it yet. Everyone seated here. Watching right now is a portable candidate to disability. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay, yes, Dr. Joan.
My question is to Sister. Thank you for that research and advocacy for women empowerment. Is it a reality or an illusion? I was wondering, since you said in your conclusion it is still incomplete, what are the strategies for completing? Did you share those with the women? And how do you intend your research to be impactful to the women you're talking about who are in those situations that are incomplete?
Okay, thank you. Wow, okay. Professor, then we take the microphone the other side, give it to Mr. Mohammed and the gentleman at the back, and then we close the questions.
Yes, Chair, I'm sorry to come back.
You are our host, sir.
People think science is more interesting, but now I'm so touched by these women's studies. I'm actually thinking you may respond that if you want to empower women economically, why don't you start with the men? These men who are quiet here, they feel so unsafe, insecure.
Threatened.
As the woman becomes economically empowered. In December, I have a very good friend of mine. He came running to me. You know what? My wife has indicated that she wants to run for member of parliament. I'm in trouble. The 200 million for the car. Me, I don't have money. And when the workshop for Changwanze opens up, she's going to be away for 10 days mixing with these very rich men MPs who are going to promise her heaven on earth. I think in 1 week I will not have a wife. And the man gave case studies of what has happened previously. So and so lost a wife the moment she went to parliament. I'm the next to lose mine. And he doesn't know how to discourage the woman from stepping down. Fortunately, she didn't go through the KyU. The KyU would have... But in the house, he's smiling. Yes, I think we need this position. But in the heart, he's actually burning. Brother, give me a hug. My wife lost on the camel. We are now safe. What is the issue of culture in your stories? This goes to Japheth and his sister because the topics are nearly related. You may think you want to empower the woman, but the culture doesn't allow it. So how do you balance those stories? Lastly, for the agriculture, this fusarium thing, do you think it is going to go away when there is a person who is making the drugs to manage that disease? Is it even a new thing or it has been there forever? For me, I'm thinking whoever is manufacturing the agrochemicals to manage it is also interested in the fusarium becoming very strong on the tomatoes. And would even bring more varieties of fusarium. So as you manage this one, a new one comes and he has a new drug to help you manage it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mr. Mohammed?
Thank you very much, moderator. My question goes to the second presenter, still on fusarium. This genus of fusarium tends to have so many varieties being soil-borne. And I understand here in Uganda we have a lot of environmental variability. So in your pathological diversity assessment, did you consider some environmental factors to be having a very big effect on the thriving of this fusarium within our tomatoes? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And lastly?
Thank you very much, our moderator, for this opportunity. My name is Victor Tinomjini, and I'm a student here doing biomedical engineering. My question also directly goes to Sister for her presentation. First of all, as per the presentation, most of the areas she presented about the research, she talked about Nyamtanga, then about Kyambogo University, then Makerere University. They are the areas of the women who, to some level, have been emancipated. Now, but there are those women in those deep, so that we can call very remote areas. At least these ones have seen some light. What about those ones? Where do they fall? Then another question. Your approach for the emancipation, isn't it segregative to the men also? Where does it leave the men? Are we focusing on emancipation or creating about equality? Because when you say we are doing woman emancipation, then it means we are becoming one-sided. You are listing full side for the women. What is your focus on the men to give us both sides so that we can have the equality? Let's have the equality, not the what? Not the emancipation. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, Sister, you touched a very complicated equation. Thank you very much. And I now invite our presenters to respond to the questions. Let's first have the questions of Fusarium wilt answered. Then after that, we go to the gender issues.
Thank you so much. I want to take this singular honor to appreciate members who have asked these pertinent questions, which will help to guide. The question number 1 was saying, now that fusarium is known, what is the immediate remedy? The immediate remedy is, first of all, to carry out integrated disease management. Why? This pathogen is a soil-borne and it has ability to stay in the soil for at least not minimum of 10 years. So in doing that, we bring into other agronomic practices like crop rotation, introducing resistant varieties in order to curb the level in which the disease affects the plants. The other one, the other question was similar to the first one. There was a question that Prof asked, do you think it is going to go away now that Fusarium is there? Fusarium will not go away unless if the practices are being done. For example, in most cases, if it is severe in an area, we recommend that farmers do modern methods, for example, greenhouse farming or potting of the plants. This soil is basically sterilized, and with the sterilization, the pathogens will be wiped out, and therefore the plants will survive this effect. But in the other option, there will be continued breeding process, which will always introduce the new varieties that will be able to tolerate or to fight the effect of this disease. The last one was from a doctor. Did you consider environmental factors? Yes, the study had the basis of environmental factors, and the reason why it was done in Mbale and Soroti. When you look at in terms of temperatures, the temperatures in Soroti are basically not the same as that one of Mbale. And yet, this pathogen thrives best under warm temperatures. So it's the reason in my findings, we find that Fusarium was very prevalent in Soroti. We did not completely lose it from Mbale because there is an aspect of similarity, because one, the other condition that Fusarium needs is the sandy soil, the poor drainage, and then the low oxygen content, which we cannot avoid in most of the farming practices, because there's an aspect of soil compaction which eliminates pathogen. Then there's aspect of the pH also favoring the growth and survival of these pathogens. So basically, these environmental conditions were taken into account. I thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. And next, Dr. Kwirinjira.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and everyone who is part of this. So the first question is the dynamic in the study at household level. How about it? How does this work? Of course, dynamics are a reality of any relationship, and we know that every interaction is potentially conflict-laden, but also mediated by power. So power is not the problem, it's how you use it. So the dynamic there then means that we are not presenting a panacea, like a prescription, take this, you'll be fine. That's not the point. How do we manage relations between women and men in a context that is good for all of us? For instance, women have roles that men cannot fulfill, but also there are roles that can be done by anyone who is able to do. So we don't want a situation again where the child is ready for an emergency surgery and we have to wait for a husband whose phone is off. I mean, that's crazy. Do you want such a mother? Do you want such a wife? You know, say, let me wait for my husband before you can go for surgery, because I want to see whether he liked meat or he'll fund this. So who would want such a sister, a mother, or a wife? You know, you should reach home and they tell you, we sorted out, we are back from the clinic, the child has gone back to school. So is that emancipation or empowerment? So in my view, I'm looking at empowerment, not emancipation. So I chose that because The unit of analysis was that people must have agency, must have capacity to act and respond. Look at one of the biggest parameters of welfare and health. It is not paternal child health. It's not even there. That woman, this is not an but I can assure you, all child health is attributed to the mother, statistically and otherwise, if you want to be objective. And if we bring in the cultural lens, I'll talk from my two cultures, my faith and where I come from. Our dad was mostly away working, not running away from home, working, mark that. He was not an absentee father, but my mom ran everything, and my dad was a happy man. Very happy, extremely happy, you know, because he was not home. Not that he was being substituted or subjugated, but if I'm not harassed on phone, therefore they couldn't do anything. They were scared, you know. The banana has ripened because it didn't authorize to be eaten. No, for instance, and director at my home, when I'm late to reach home, people eat because they have to sleep. So it's not, I won't ask, do you know who bought the food? But I bought it to be eaten. It must be eaten. And I get happy when they send me a shopping list because it's done. I'm happy to do that. And so mine is not who ate the food that I bought, but people ate and they're happy. So the issue of the man can be away means that there's also choice in there, and that's a measure of empowerment. And I was very deliberate. We're not talking about emancipation, because the question is emancipation from what? Who is enslaving who?
Dr. Japes, these things of empowerment and emancipation will not end.
Yeah, I'm
just use 1 minute to conclude.
Yeah. So I'm wrapping this up. Prof here, the cultural angle I'll talk about. I think we've heard Jamal sing a song, Beba Hero. That song? Is that cultural? You know who Jamal is? I think you connect. So the issue then is, what is the intention of this? And of course, Chair, as you are saying, it depends on the motivation of that. So really, the contestation could be of ideas, but the intention should point toward progress. We should have women and men lead the way. If you go to Trafalgar Square, you'll find there one of the, where Mandela is and all these great guys. There's a woman who fended off an attack of Britain, I'm forgetting the name, in about the 14th century. And so I don't find that bringing down the UK. You know who the Queen was until you have a king and all that, and Britain has been Britain, great at that. You know, so it's not that who is in charge, but are you doing the right thing? You know, so even you can have actually women oppressing fellow women. It has happened, you know? And it's really terrible. So we can read that in the paper that is available. Then lastly, the other thing is perspective. So I did not talk to men because that was not the scope of the study. I was looking at women specifically in the agro-value chain. It could be looked at as a limitation, but we can also have perspectives of men about women empowerment. Using the right constructs, we shall get the data. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. Sister, I want to protect you. Thank you. In the first instance, you're only going to use 1.5 minutes to respond. In the second instance, you're going to stick to what is scientifically proven. Don't cater for people's emotions in this. Only cater for what can be scientifically proven and what were the study findings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, audience, for listening and being so particular. I have about 8 questions. And all of these 8 questions can be answered in one statement. And I'm just giving one statement. For everything, whether women have been empowered and they don't want to marry, whether there is anything like a threat, it's the mindset. Finished.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Sister. She calls for mindset change. A very big round of applause for our presenters as they leave the stage. I also want to request ICT to pray for us the STEAM song, such that it will bring for us Dr. STEAM, who is also going to be the session chair for the keynote address. And our presenter is also here. I've never seen the strokes of an engineer, so I think the engineer will also be following the strokes as he comes to take up his seat. Thank you very much for having been a very wonderful audience. And please continue that spirit throughout the day. Thank you, and thank you.
Kyambogo with it. Waiting on 220 break. Now no shop.
I think Dr. Kangwaje has been asked to stand up. And he's supposed to dance. I don't know whether I will introduce him after the dance.
It's Kyambogo Festival. Come see innovation. 21 to 23, we start at 9 o'clock. Don't miss the future. Kyambogo non-stop. STEM. Come see innovation. 21 to 23, we start at 9 o'clock.
Great, we can dance and dance and dance forever. The engineer you have seen before you is a robotics researcher. Some of us have seen robots. I don't know how many of us have asked so many questions about robots that you have seen on the internet, including the humanoids, those that have been turned into human beings, and you can actually chat with them thinking it's a human when they are not. So we have a researcher here who is dealing with robotics. We don't know whether he's planning to create one of such for us. He's an academic, he's an engineer specializing in robot control and intelligent systems. He's currently a lecturer here, actually. So if you have been thinking that robots are far away from us, we have them here. We have people who are engineering them here at Kyambogo University. And he has actually taken on even postdoctoral studies in South Korea. He has been to Germany, all in the search and yearning for how we can get to start developing our own robots here. And I know currently he's working with the steel industry, looking at, yesterday I was corrected. I said they want to replace the people with the robots, and said no. We are looking at the collaboration between the robots and the people so that our people can stay safe in those spaces. Those of you who have moved around the poster sessions, you have seen a lot of Dr. Kangwaje there, and he has a big research team that is working on those. So Dr. Kangwaje, you are welcome to take us on this journey into the world of the robots. You're welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm happy to be here. And thank you, Dr. Stim, for the good introduction. My name is Engineer Dr. Samuel Kangwaje. My focus is in robotics, mechatronics, and intelligent systems. So, okay, so I would like to share how we can connect research, teaching, and real application to support community development. Because this is the theme, right? We have demystifying science, technology, and innovation for community development. On the other hand, we have CBET. So how do we deal with this? And I want to look at these issues by presenting the work that we are doing, which is in robotics and AI. Okay? So I want to start small. What is robotics and what is AI? This is a very big confusion to the many. When they hear robots, they say this is AI. When they hear AI, they say this is robots. No, these are two different things. So robotics can be understood as three main parts. We have the sensing, decision or thinking, and action. So a robot first perceives what is happening, then decides what to do, and finally acts on the environment. So it has the sensors which collects the information, both internal and external information, then processes this information and does the action, right? So this operation can be fully autonomous. It can be with human in the loop, that is the human is assisting the robot, or we can make the robot more intelligent by using AI. So AI is data, learning, and decision. So AI has something to do with learning. When I see this, when I scan through here, and I get this information, what can I compare this information with to make this decision? Now that is intelligence. So when these two are combined, we form a machine intelligent or intelligent systems. So these, as you can see, they appear, the concepts appear complex, but they are really simple in terms of application. And when we talk of applications, I can talk about manufacturing. You've all heard of Industry 4.0. The biggest percentage of technologies which contribute to Industry 4.0 is robotics and AI. My colleague had a discussion about IoT and embedded systems. These are some of the technologies which contribute to Industry 4.0. And we can use these robots to do handling, cutting, movement, maintenance in manufacturing setup. We also use robots. We can use them in the cities to clean our cities, right? Waste sorting, right from collection to sorting and getting raw materials from this waste. We shall look at that also. The other application is health. I don't know if any of you here have been operated by something robotic, but they are also there from measurements, monitoring, and decision support. Examples of applications can go on and on. Now, like I said before, these systems are often presented as very, very complex technologies, and we hear about advanced algorithms, we hear about intelligent systems, and sometimes it feels distant from our daily context. But we already have these technologies. Every one of us here is carrying a phone. It's full of AI. You are driving vehicles. Some of the vehicles are guiding you where to go, and they are telling you, no, don't go this side, there is traffic jam. How did it get to know that? These are the technologies we are talking about. You have electronics at home, you have televisions. These days we no longer need remotes to change the television channel. You just change to this channel and it will change to the channel. This is AI at work. Maybe it is robotics, which is not yet famous here. Yeah. So these are just tools for solving practical problems. So we can get these from complex theoretical ideas to practical tools for solving real problems. So this is what demystifying technology really is. This is what it means in this context. Now, let me bring this closer to manufacturing systems, and more so in Uganda. So we have a range of sectors, from mobility and automotive. You now all know about Chira Motors, to metal processing, that is steel manufacturing, and so on, to wood and furniture. Okay, so across these systems we see similar characteristics, and the most common one is predominantly manual and semi-mechanized systems. There is limited integration between process stages. If you visit these plants, you will see all these issues. Then reliance on human operators. So these are the issues, these are the characteristics there. So there is low use of automation, low use of robotics, low use of digital systems, and the common challenges here is like from the product's perspective, inconsistent quality. Then from the safety perspective, there are many safety risks we shall see when it comes to steel manufacturing, and low productivity. So much as these are challenges, for me, I look at these as opportunities for applying robotics and AI. So motivated by this, we developed a research concept of how can we, like a simple idea, how can we support manual tasks in steel manufacturing using robot co-workers. I want to emphasize that. Robot co-workers. We are not replacing anyone. No one is going to get fired. We will see this from the results we got from the plants. The plant manager was also very clear. We cannot fire anyone, otherwise Minister of Labor will come for me. And we took that into consideration. So we developed this idea and developed it into a project that was funded by the Kyambogo University Competitive Research Grants Scheme. So after we got the funding, we established collaboration with these three steel manufacturers: roofings, rolling mills, Tembo Steels, and Steel and Tube. So we were surprised that, of course, we prepared ourselves with our questionnaire and all that, and we visited these plants to collect all the information that they can give us from the factory floor, from manufacturing to high level to administration and decision making. They were open and they provided all the information, including how much salaries people get, how much money they put into the manufacturing, and so on. So we got all the technologies, rather all the information, and our goal was to use this information and develop for them better systems. So whatever I'm going to present next is based on real data from the industry, and they are going to implement these systems actually. So this is the solution, the robot co-workers, integrating robot co-workers in steel manufacturing. So our approach followed five main parts. We first collected factory level data. Using this data, we conducted an assessment. We interpreted the data and so on, and we evaluated the current state of the plants in terms of technology, industry levels. We have from industry 0, right, to 4.0. So where are these industries right now? So we did that. So from the key findings, we proposed a phased industry 4.0 transition. We want to move these factories from wherever they are now to industry 4.0 level. Then, of course, for me to go and tell the plant manager that you need to buy this and this and this robot and install it, I need to convince him. So we developed for them decision support tools. And this is workforce analysis and cost benefit. Where do they benefit from? How long does it take for them to recover their investment? And what about the workers whom they do not want to fire? How do we deal with those ones? We did all that. Now I'm going to the first part. So this is a general layout of the existing steel plants. So for confidentiality issues, I will not say this belongs to this plant, right? But generally, this is how steel is manufactured. We have the continuous casting line and the hot rolling mills. These are the main lines. So continuous casting line starts from the scrapyard and the raw materials. So it goes through the induction furnace, continuous casting machine, and so on until we get raw billets. Now these billets are all to standard, same size, right? So these are transferred to the hot rolling mills. Now the outputs of the hot rolling mills are the iron bars you see in the hardware. Iron bars, hollow sections, and so on. Those are the products we see in the hardware. But another section in these industries is the cold processes. Sometimes a customer wants an iron bar bent to a certain angle or cut to a certain size. So they also have the cold processes. We also report the cold process side where they use mostly humans to do all this work. Now, yeah, sorry, the font is too small, but this table summarizes the sections, activities, operation mode, and the automation level. I can summarize this by saying that operations are mostly manual and mechanized. So that is the result, or what we can get from our visits to these plants. So what are other key findings? First is very low level of digital maturity. By this I mean the level of automation, the level of connectivity, and so on. Then there is demand for steel products. The demand is there because construction is everywhere in several sectors. So the demand is there, but the plants are underperforming. In fact, one of the plants cited 50% efficiency. The demand he gets every day, he can only meet 50% of it. Yes. Then the other point is human labor is available. Very many of them. He said, I can even fire every day and hire every day. They are there, but despite having all these humans, he still can only produce 50%. So what do they want? They are willing to upgrade their plants to increase productivity. They were very happy to see us, and they were like, if you can give us viable solutions, we shall take them on immediately. However, they gave us conditions. We cannot fire existing workers. Now, this is important. Like she said, when we hear about AI and robotics, we say it is going to replace people. But this is generally wrong. Actually, that statement is political. It doesn't come from robotics and AI researchers. It comes from the political perspective, because our research in robotics and AI is to make the work of humans better, not to replace them. Now, where you hear that they are using a lot of robotics and AI is because they don't have people to do the work. Look at South Korea, look at Japan, look at Germany. They are at the stages of extinction. Population is going down. So what do? They need robots to do the work. They don't have, the robots are not replacing people. That is the correct truth from a technology developer. We are not replacing anyone. Then the other point was no trained workers for the new technologies. So if the technology is not there, how can they be with trained workers? They are not there. And then lastly, not enough funds for full upgrades to Industry 4.0 level. So they cannot upgrade from wherever they are. I'm going to show you where they are, to full Industry 4.0 level. They can't do that in one instance. So based on these findings, we proposed solutions. And before I go through all the solutions, I'm happy to tell you that we have the answers. We got the answers. Now, the first one is phased Industry 4.0 transition. So you can see in red, So we looked at several issues. Let me first make this bigger. So several departments from top management, technology infrastructure, material handling, workforce and skills. So we are looking at each of these departments. Which kind of technology do they need to take them to 4.0? So we graded the technology in that perspective, computed the digital maturity index. I will not go through all those details. And the answer right now, the current state is 1.8. So 1.8 is very low digital maturity. So the low digital maturity is between 0 to 2.5. They are at 1.8. That's where they are. So we proposed the 3 phases. Phase 1 is automation of bottleneck stations and digital visibility. Because when we were there, we asked them, which one is urgent? Where do you want an urgent solutions? And they pointed out the continuous casting machine, the induction furnace, here in the cold processes where they are meeting 50% of the demand. So we said in the first phase, we first develop that. In the second phase, we expand robotics deployment to full automation and introduce data-driven maintenance and maintenance strategies in the plant. Because now we have robots, they are equipped with sensors, we can get information from these sensors. And we need a control room for these systems. So we do that. Then in the third one, or the phase 3, is comprehensive digital integration, advanced analytics and connected control. So this is where we need full automation, full IoT integration, and virtual systems. So we want to have a physical plant and a virtual plant, right? So if you have this physical plant, of course equipped with sensors and all that, we use this data in the virtual plant. If you want to test anything, we first try with the virtual plant. If you want to test full automation strategies, any upgrade we do, they are called digital twins. So we are heading to that, including connecting with the customers digitally. So that's what it means by full automation. Now, as the first set of solutions, we began with phase 1. So phase 1 is automating bottleneck operations. And here we have 6: the scrap yard, the induction furnace, the casting powder at the continuous casting machine, the hot billet cutting, sample correction, and rebar processing. So in the scrap yard, maybe a brief introduction, these vehicles bring scrap from wherever and raw materials. So these have to be emptied, they have to be prepared before they are fed into the line. All this is currently manual. At the induction furnace, so when this scrap comes at the conveyor belts, it is supposed to go into the induction furnace. But all of it cannot go there. So there are 2 humans who have to feed the scrap into the induction furnace. At the continuous casting machine, they have to add casting powder into the molten metal. Currently it is done by humans. All these are bottleneck stations. They cannot go wrong at these stations. Then hot billet cutting. So again at the continuous casting line, they have to cut these billets into standard sizes. In one of the plants, a human goes there with cutting frame and cuts. Imagine temperature is about 2000 degrees. Then sample correction, of course, quality assurance, they have once in a while go in, pick the samples for analysis. Then the cold processes in the rebar processing. So I will go through these very quickly. And so the scrapyard automation, which is being done by one of my students, Okero, Daniel. So he's looking into automating this. So he's building a system that a vehicle will just come with the container, go into this system. It carries the container out of the vehicle, goes, empties the scrap, and brings it back. And all this should take place in less than 10 minutes. Currently, it is 3 hours. So the target is 10 minutes. Theoretically, we have achieved that. The other task is induction furnace. This is being done by Yaruhanga, Luka. So the problem here is manual charging of scrap into the induction furnace. So currently, as you can see in the picture, we have 2 humans who are pushing this scrap into the furnace. You can see from this is the actual picture from the plant. The temperature is very high. Okay, so we want to remove these humans. We shall put them somewhere else and put a robot here. So my student is building this. So you can see we have a robotic system, and we're also designing the guides, how it moves in and out of the induction furnace. And most importantly, this robot needs custom hands for pushing this scrap. So the only thing we buy on this is the robot, this thing in orange. So these are already built, and we just go to the company and buy this system. So preliminary evaluation shows that maintenance will significantly reduce with implementation of these systems, and they are reliable compared to the current methods. The third one is the robotic system at the continuous casting machine. This is being done by Esia Hussein. Sorry. So Hussein is looking into this. So we have 2 humans who add casting powder. Thank you, Dr. Steve. All right, now I'm fine, thank you. So this casting powder is to add on the quality of the output. So it must be, we need some level of precision, which is currently not achieved by humans. You know, they just scoop and pour there. But, so this is why Hussein is developing a robotic system. And this is the whole layout of the system. So in short, this system, and here we are not taking away the humans, we are just extending them to go far from the high temperature areas. Because ideally they come in, you can see the picture in yellow. So this is a human near 2000 degrees C, right? So we want to take them further than that. So at this point, we put there a robotic system. Then these humans will assist in filling the bags for the, in filling bags with casting powder, right? Because, yeah, they get this casting powder somewhere in the bag. So they keep filling the bag, and one person stays there to monitor the whole operation. But the whole of it, including operation of the robots, is being controlled in the control room. Then solution number 4 is a robotic system for billet cutting and sample correction. So as you can see in the left side is a station, a sample correction station. So down is a real picture from the factory. So now this, for this sample correction, the line is running. And they have to go in, stop the line, cut and pick the sample, then start the line. Now this creates delays. So we want it to remain continuous. So we are developing, Mike is developing a high-speed robotic system, which goes in a few seconds, cuts the piece and goes out. The line keeps moving. We don't want to stop the line. Then the same robotic system would be applied for billet cutting. Now billet cutting is at the continuous casting line where they cut them to standards. So we also want the same robot to go in, just does the cutting, goes out. Line doesn't stop. Okay, so the main developments on this robot is the end effector, because for the robot, like I said before, we buy these. They are already, we don't need to design that. So the end effector and motion, how does the robot go in and out? So we also have preliminary results, theoretically validated for that. Then lastly is the automated rebar processing, and this is divided into two, the cutting and bending. But the main problem is that we have manual and mechanized machines for cutting and bending. So imagine you are constructing your house, you want iron bars in different sizes and shapes. So you go to steel and tube and place an order. In the same day, more 10 people come, place orders. And they have to use this machine you see in the picture to do the cutting. Okay? So this, they can only do 50%. They have enough humans, but humans have limitations. They get fatigued. Then there is workspace limitations. You can't put, you have, when you stretch your arms like this is your workspace. You can't put a human in your workspace. So all those are the limitations. Now, we also, Beckett is developing a line for doing this cutting. So the cutting involves feeding the iron bar into the line, then take the measurements, do the cutting, then deliver the cut piece to the bending station. So this is the cold processing. So Beckett is working on this, and he has already completed the designs of the machine and all the control systems for this. Then for the bending section, so once they are cut, they are transferred to a bending station where the measurement takes place, how the bending should be done, and then this information is transmitted to the die, then the die does the bending. And Richard has also worked on that, on those designs, you can see them. Now, I've talked about these solutions. And I've mentioned that one of the technologies is the robots. I know Professor is about to ask me, are they safe? Yes, they are safe. And so the question is here, are the robot technologies available? Are they safe to work with? The short answer is yes. Okay? And here are some of the examples. So traditionally, in manufacturing, robots were designed to be real machines, typical machines. It just goes in. No, it actually doesn't go in. It is fixed to the same station, and it is programmed. You're supposed to perform these movements. It even doesn't know what it's doing. Maybe it is cutting or doing what, but just perform these movements. And if anything comes into your workspace, crush them. Eh? In other words, they are put in the cages to ensure safety. They work in isolation. But we have removed the barriers. The researchers and industrialists have developed technologies which we can remove these barriers. So one of the key technologies, how do we convert typical industrial robots into collaborative robots? Because we have typical industrial robots, then we have these other robots you see which are moving around people and so on. They are completely different. The other industrial robots, they are high capacity, they move at higher speeds and so on. So we want to use the same robots, but work with humans. And so this is one of the examples of the technologies towards that, and I'm happy to have participated in that. There are many, many other technologies around the world. So here we developed through control, how can we convert into this robot that we isolate in cages to work with humans? So we developed this system, and the whole technology is already patented and published. So let the video move. Yeah, so these are some of the results. So you can see originally the robot which should be in the cage. I can now safely and confidently use it to perform a complex task. And yeah, this technology is currently being used by KyU. KyU was the founder of the project, and they are implementing it on their industrial robot. So that is one. Then the other one is more safety related to robot operation. So I can say that, I can confidently say that robots are safe to work with, and they are not here to replace us, but to make our work better. Okay, now we have the designs, we have the robots. Let's go back to the plants. They told us they are willing to upgrade their plants to increase productivity. However, we cannot fire existing workers. They do not have trained workers. There are not enough funds for immediate upgrades. Okay? So to address that, we developed decision support tools. So we want the plant owners to make informed decisions to upgrade their plants. So we developed the cost benefit and return on investment tool in workforce transition tool. And we validated these with the data we collected from those same industries. So they are reliable. And we compared this with the existing plants in our evaluation, like you're going to see. There is a lot of mathematics going on here. I don't want to bore you with it. I will just go to the results. I know Savannah wanted to go through the mathematics. No. Yeah. So based on the actual data, the annual running costs, they reduce from current 314. This is a scenario from one of the plants. And here we are looking at only 4 stations. So we only computed, this data is for only 4 stations, not for the entire plant. So currently they spend 314 millions as annual running costs, including paying the workers, servicing those machines and all. We also considered the losses and so on. With the upgraded system, that is only phase 1. They will only use about 100 millions running costs. Yes, this is, the workers are still inside. I'm here to show you how we take care of the workers. Of course, the production volumes double. We double the production volumes, and the payback period, can you imagine that the payback period currently, even with their manufacturing, with the current manufacturing, if we compared with the system we are bringing, it is 1 shift, okay? With the upgraded, they only need 7 weeks to get the money they invested. Just for phase 1, these are only 4 stations. It is very short because these are only 4 stations, not the whole plant. They can get their money back in 7 weeks. Here, the one thing which surprised us and revised our mathematics is that in 1 shift, a 12 hours shift, they pay workers for the whole year. Yes, for just 1 shift, they can pay the operators in 1 year. My paper is published, you can read it. Now, the worry of the workers. So let's see, what do we do with the workers? So we modeled a transition of workers over multiple periods. So we are looking at the current roles, which we are calling traditional roles, to the new roles which are requiring digital skills for these upgrades. We used discrete Markov chain models. So from the data we collected and the kind of workers they have, we categorize these into 4 states. State 1 is workers in traditional roles without digital skills. State 2, workers undergoing retraining or reassignment. These are transition roles. Step 3 is workers fully trained and skilled in automation technologies. And state 4, workers that will retire, for example, by severance, voluntary exits, or those who have no specific plans. Again, we do the math. And I'll go to the case study now. So we do the math, and we use the data again to check our math and see what happens to our workers. So based on the data we collected, we derive initial workforce distribution, and the meaning here is that the currently 70% is in traditional manual roles, the current distribution in those plants, 20% in retraining. Actually, some of this 20%, we have the students whom we are teaching here, so they make up that 20%. Some of the students who are developing these are working in the same plants. Then 5% in limited skilled workforce, and the other 5% in small job roles. So we converted that into transition probabilities, and the meaning is right there. So the result, now the expected time to exit, starting from each transient state. So time to exit is we have current employees, we begin upgrading our plant. Up to one point with the current employees exit the plant. Okay? So here we have 10 periods. So starting from state 1 for traditional roles, the expected number of periods before exit is approximately 10 periods. So this period can be interpreted in many time stamps. We can say if we are upgrading phase 1 in 2 years, so 2 years is a period. It means if they say we shall do full upgrade in 10 years, then we have 10 years. I think in 10 years, someone will have, you exit peacefully, whether you lose the job or most people will even retire, others will get jobs elsewhere. So 10 years is more than enough. So that actually the expected time to exit for randomly selected worker is 9.9 periods. This is 10 periods. Then we have S2, which are transitional roles. So those which remain in the system for about 12 periods. So this increases from 10 because we have 2 periods for retraining. Because when we bring in the systems, we have to retrain those workers. So there is a bit more time. Those are 12 periods. So the good news here is that workforce change occurs gradually rather than instantaneously, and there is no immediate firing. We have proven it. No immediate firing. Now, the very good news, we create more jobs. Yes, we create more jobs. How? I will show you my team, and they are all here. I have about 7 students who are working on this. Those are automatic jobs. Because when we were in the plants, they were telling us, we don't have workers, we don't have workers. That's how I motivate my students. You are the one developing these systems. When they come, you go and do what? And get the jobs. No, the other ones are still there. They are not displaced. Because for us, we are on the development side. So we give you the robots. We stay on the development side. We don't come to operate them. When something goes wrong with them, you need us, we come back and fix it. And that's, we don't want to interfere with the current workers. Okay, so talking of that, next step will be implementation of our results. So we, of course, we are collaboratively working with these industries, and they are very, 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 very willing to implement this. So that is the next stage where we are heading. So we are not stopping on research and theoretical developments on that. We are going to actually implement these technologies. But of course, they have to make decisions and invest in this. Okay. In addition to that, we also want to contribute to the knowledge. So we have one accepted manuscript about this framework in the International Journal of Advanced Manufacturing Technology. And so this is for the whole framework, but for the individual technologies that we are developing, we are picking out the scientific concepts that we are, because we are adding in more, we are using more scientific. Like you've seen, we developed these tools from scratch using mathematics and so on. So each of these students are writing a manuscript. So they have too much work to do. They have to write a report for the industry and have to go to industry to talk to those people to implement their technology. At the same time, they have to satisfy us. We want knowledge. They also have to write the manuscript. So talking of that, allow me to recognize the research team. The co-investigator of this project is Dr. Narova Maureen. I don't know whether she's around. Then the students of advanced manufacturing systems, are you around? Beckett and your team? Yes, they are here. So each of these is contributing to this development, like you've seen. And now we have smaller components where we incorporate bachelor's students. These are very many, from mechanical and manufacturing, from industrial engineering and management. They are contributing a lot into development. So do we have any bachelor's students in this team? Yes, we have them. Now, you know, when you have a big family, you have to recognize, and you have to recognize all the children, right? So we have another project which is coming up, and I would like to recognize these 4, again, master students who are working on it. Now in this project, we want to, in short, to clean Kampala using technology, using robotics and AI. But we don't want to just request money from the government. We want to transform this into business. Okay? So for us, we are not looking at just waste. We are looking at raw materials for industries, you know, recycling. We are looking at energy. How do we get gas from this waste? How do we get electricity from just burning the waste and so on? We are looking at manure. So I have these 4 pioneer students. Are you around? Because for them, they are manufacturing engineering. They started on the facility design. And for this, since it is a new design, we are on Industry 4.0. Because we want maximum efficiency, we are on Industry 4.0 level. Okay, and we are benchmarking on the state-of-art technologies from South Korea, from Germany, and so on. All right. Now, I've presented about the research, the technologies, the scientific contribution, and industry contribution. We have competence-based education and training. So you've seen that from the work that I've shown, one thing is very clear. It is not enough for students to understand theory. They must be able to design, they must be able to build, they must demonstrate that we can solve real problems, okay? Because these are the students who will go to those factories and tell them that we have done our work and we can demonstrate you like this and it is working, so implement it. So students need to go through the whole process, and this is exactly what CBET is aiming to achieve, and this is what we want the students to achieve. So aligning this with the industry, so in our programs, I'm happy to say that in engineering, specifically in engineering, our programs, we have lecture hours and practical hours. I think like 60-40%. But this is the old system, which is mainly teacher-centered and so on. And the practical hours are not like project-based or problem-based the way CBET needs it. What I'm trying to say is, for us, I think it will be easier to transition because we already have the whole thing, or we need to rearrange things around, and we have a CBET-based model. And with this kind of approach, industries they are happy, they are willing to participate in the training. With the CBET, we need industries because industries contribute problems and sometimes facilities. Then universities will contribute expertise. These are the students who are these are students and the research teams and so on. Then at the end of the day, we also give competencies to students. So students get familiar when they are in the university. You know, currently they blame us, the outside, they blame the university that you're not training competent students, you're not doing what, but our programs are designed like that, to occupy a student in homework and all that. They do not have time to execute the projects. So allow me to summarize with acknowledgements from funding from Kyambogo University Competitive Research Grant Scheme, the industry collaborators and international collaborators. I remain Samuel Kangwaje. I'm a lecturer and a graduate exams coordinator in the Department of Mechanical and Production Engineering. Thank you.
Wow, wow, thank you very much. You can sit. I don't know what to do. Because in my head, I know I have a million questions, and I know I'm not alone. But I know that this session is standing between us and lunch. I'm actually myself feeling hungry. So I don't know what we will do. Maybe, I know Dr. Kangwaje is with us, and I know we have so many questions. And between now and after having our lunch, we were supposed to have a poster session. And actually, most of these things he was talking about, each of these students has a poster outside talking about the details of their story. Maybe I suggest that we keep our questions for the poster session, because each question, I'm sure, is in one of the components that they are dealing with. So we could actually ask the very people who are designing them instead of bombarding the supervisor. Maybe I could be selfish as a mathematician, because you saw he kept skipping the mathematics. They can't do without us. How is your optimization around the mathematics? I know Dr. Sebunjo could be burning with that one. And Mukalazi with his Markov chain models and everything, I'm sure he also has questions around that. Maybe one thing we could think about is, maybe after here we should have a meeting around there with you. You can see mathematicians are selfish. They are all around that corner. And we look at how we can collaborate. You want to benefit, but you know, for you are already there, because they want to make Kampala clean. In that next project, they actually need you and him. And everyone wants to be part of this story. And I think instead of having a question and answer session, I think we should just thank him, leave our questions for the outside. We will interact with him. He's here with us at engineering. And then we can have those questions. Maybe I can allow only one person who is external. If you know you're not from Kyambogo University and you have a question for him, I will allow you, because maybe you may not have another opportunity. Someone here who is not from Kyambogo and has a question, only one. Any question that is not from Kyambogo? Okay, so everyone who was external has understood and enjoyed. Let us give Dr. Kangwaje a round of applause. Kangwaje, we shall visit you in your comfortable zone and bombard you with questions, because me, I have very many. I was listing them on the phone, so you know you'll not survive me. Thank you very much for being here and for being patient. I know the presentation was long, but it was also interesting to know what next and what next. So looking forward to seeing you at the poster session, looking forward to seeing you in the afternoon for another set of interesting research that is going on in this university. Those of us who have coupons for lunch, and maybe you were not with us yesterday and you don't know where to go, I think when you exit here, you take your right. There is another entrance, and you, some beautiful ladies and gentlemen will be waiting for you to show you the way. Those of us who may not be having coupons, we have a serving station for buying food just behind the exhibition space. You are also welcome to visit that side and see what is there. Thank you very much and have a good lunch. Bon appetit.
Come see innovation. 21 to 23, we start at 9 o'clock. Don't miss the future. Kyambogo non-stop. Science and tech, we're bringing it live. Engineering, arts, feel the vibe. AI, climate, ideas so clean. The future is now at the steam scene. Students, people come one time. Learn economics, your time to shine. And that is scrim, 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 scrim. It's Kyambogo Festival. It's scrim, 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 scrim. Everybody pull up. 21 to 23, 9 a.m. we start. Don't be late, oh. Kyambogo we there. list goes on and on. This 9 to 5 ain't working. Why the hell do I work so hard? I can't worry about my problems, and I can't take them when I'm gone. 1, here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Tell him bring another round when he play more. 2 stepping on the table, she don't need a dance floor. Oh my, good Lord. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jack Daniels got a history. There's a party downtown near 5th Street. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy. I've been boozy since I left. I ain't checking for a check. Tell my mind and forget it. Oh Lord, won't be drunk until the end. We gon' do this shit again. Tell your girl to bring a friend. Oh Lord, 1.
And how you realize the yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can feel a difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested the methods, only one at lithium and another sample, the soil that is so after a period of weeks, we start realizing that we are making the methods. And how we realize the yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can feel a difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested the methods, only one at lithium and another sample, the soil that is so after a period of weeks, we start realizing that we are making the methods. And how we realize the yellow leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now wind as we are traveling, but you can feel a difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested the methods, only one at lithium and another sample, the soil that is introduced our plans there. So after a period of years, they start to realize that they are making implementation of this one. And how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress, now wind, as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. Yeah. So we can just harvest this plant, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples and tested methods, only one at the farm and another sample of the soil that is plants there. So after a period of years, they start to realize that they are making the implementation. And how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress, now wind, as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. Yeah. So we can just harvest this plant, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetlands. So samples and tested methods, only one at the farm and another sample of the soil that is introduced our plants there. So after a period of years, they start to realize that they are making the implementation of this one. And how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress, now wind, as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. Yeah. So we can just harvest this plant, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples and tested methods, only one at the farm and another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a period of years, they start to realize that they are making the implementation of this one. And how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress, now wind, as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. Yeah. So we can just harvest this plant, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples we tested different methods. That's only one at the time another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a period of weeks, they start realizing that they are making the metals of the soil. And how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now, wind, as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested different methods. That's only one at the time. Another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a period of weeks, they start realizing that they are making the metals of the soil. And how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now, wind, as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested different methods. That's only one at the time. Another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a period of weeks, they start realizing that they are making the metals of the soil. And how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now, wind, as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested different methods. That's only one at the time. Another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a period of weeks, they start realizing that they are making the metals of the soil. And how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now, wind, as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland encroachment industries, and so samples tested methods, only one at lithium and another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a terrible events, we start realizing the methods of the soil, and how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress, now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland encroachment industries, and so samples tested methods, only one at lithium and another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a terrible events, we start realizing the methods of the soil, and how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress, now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland encroachment industries, and so samples tested methods, only one at lithium and another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a terrible events, we start realizing the methods of the soil, and how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress, now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland encroachment industries, and so samples tested methods, only one at lithium and another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a terrible events, we start realizing the methods of the soil, and how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress, now wind as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go, bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested methods, only one at the farm, another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a period of weeks, they start realizing they are making the methods of the soil. And how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now, wind, as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go, bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested methods, only one at the farm, another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a period of weeks, they start realizing they are making the methods of the soil. And how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now, wind, as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go, bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested methods, only one at the farm, another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a period of weeks, they start realizing they are making the methods of the soil. And how we realize the yellow of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now, wind, as we are traveling. But you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, go, bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries. So samples, we tested methods, only one at the farm, another sample of the soil that introduced our plants there. So after a period of weeks, they start realizing they are making the methods of the soil. And how you realize the yellowing of leaves, like it is really stressed, it is not growing, just that they have been exposed to stress now, wind, as we are traveling, but you can see the difference. You cannot imagine that they were planted at the same time. So these ones keep on extracting those heavy metals. They store them there. So we can just harvest these plants, we go and bury them somewhere. So what we did soil sample first, especially these areas. You know, lately there's a lot of wetland industries and so samples we tested metals. Only one at lithium and 8. Another sample of the soil that so after a period of years, they start to realize that they are making
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education to practical space science and strategies to fight climate change.
Having a high-profile chief guest makes it even more special. It's a powerful platform. This promotes greater appreciation and real-world application of science, technology, and innovation for community development. Come and be part of it.
Alex, every time I see you, you're buried here in your scraps and wires. What on earth are you doing?
I'm preparing my innovation for the STEAM Festival at Kyambogo University.
Okay, but how exactly will this help you?
It bridges the gap between creators like me and the real-world industry, stakeholders, and the community, turning our ideas into practical solutions that matter.
This is where we showcase research innovations and pedagogical interventions from Kyambogo University.
The theme this year is Demystifying Science, Technology, and Innovation for Community Development. This festival empowers researchers to tackle real public interest issues, from artificial intelligence in education.
partners. We have colleagues from Portugal, colleagues from Greece, we have colleagues from Spain, Turkey, and here in Africa, we are basically represented by, of course, Kyambogo University from Uganda, then Uganda Leather Association, the University, Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, and Bahelda University. The core objectives of this project are basically to establish centers of excellency, of course, in leather training, and we are so much excited to the fact that Kyambogo University has also been earmarked as the center of excellency for training in leather science and technology. And then the next objective is capacity building, of course, training people in the discipline, particularly students, academics, and people in SMEs. Then, of course, creating awareness, but particularly on the side of technology, as you shall see when I launch deeper into the presentation. And then finally, international cooperation. The key milestones we have achieved so far, there are serious mobilities that have already taken place in countries, because Europe is so much focused on uplifting Africa. It is expected that colleagues from Africa do much of the movement to go and see what is not happening in our countries. And these are basically 3 countries, Portugal, Greece, and Spain. These mobilities have already happened, and as I talk now, the head of department, who was even supposed to be standing before you for textile and leather technology, is on this very assignment in Spain. He went with our technician, and they are conducting a very high-level training in using leather equipment and machinery. The next thing we have achieved from this project, something I value most, especially that is linked to our CBC curriculum, has something to do with equipment. When we fabricate or process leather from the raw material, hides and skins, to the final product, we need to understand what are the properties of the product we have achieved. You cannot know that if you don't have testing equipment. And one of the things we have acquired for interesting equipment, of course, the fifth is so much on the side of textile, but of course, when you come to testing mechanical properties, this one is so universal. So it's an instrument we're also going to be using across the 2 disciplines. What are we expecting from the project, or whatever the implementers are looking at, is establishment of centers of excellency for training in leather. Kyambogo University is now a center of excellence for that, and a lot is going to be coming on board just because of that. Then establishing collaborations between participating institutions, gaining practical skills. Of course, you see we are gaining machines, people are being sent out to get practical skills from those who already are well established in the technology. And finally, we need to have equipment on us for us to progress this discipline. Knowledge and skills for service for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tendo, for keeping time. And I request our audience to note down every question. We shall open up to the audience for questions at the end of all the discussants. I'll also pose my questions at the end, and then I'll open it up. So now allow me to invite my Professor Barasa to come and take us through.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Barasa Bernard from the Department of Geography. I'm the head of department. Yes, we have a project with partners, EU funded for 3 years. This project the partners are from Greece, Demystifying University, we have GRM. You see where you're working with the university, CBO in Uganda, which is GRM, another university in Spain, University of Kisubi, which is on the Entebbe Road. So the idea here is to promote nature-based solutions for climate change. And if you look at our deliverables, nature-based solutions, we have come up with a network. We have brought on board experts that are very, very competent in issues of climate change and development of nature-based solutions. We have also developed course modules. So these course modules, we have nature-based solutions for disaster risk management, nature-based solutions for sustainable livelihoods in sub-Saharan Africa, urban development, climate change adaptation. So what do they mean? These modules, we are integrating them in our programs that we are reviewing. We have a Masters of Disaster and Risk Management that we have developed as a department. So we have integrated some of these modules into the program. So these modules cut across and they are being integrated across the different universities. An interesting deliverable for this project is after establishing a GIS center somewhere, I'm happy to note that we are, Kyambogo University, we are establishing a very high-end state-of-art GIS lab, a lab dedicated to GIS specifically, and I think it's the second in the country. So you'll note that in this lab, we have used the resources to buy computers. We have bought equipment, and to take you through, this is the GIS lab, specifically dedicated for issues of mapping, issues of monitoring, issues of production in terms of spatial technologies. So this lab is in CLB room 206. So the idea is to have this lab serve the entire university. It's not basically for geography, but the idea is to serve the entire university. We want to install, or we have installed, a series of software that can be utilized by different units. So if agriculture, engineering, biological, if they do not have software and computers, we have a dedicated facility. And we are adding more computers, by the way. We also got drones. We have 2 drones for this lab. We have also brought in a server, a computer server, which will be managed by Digits. So implying that the server, someone can do web mapping using the server in Digits and process their data sets. Web server means you normally use Google Maps. So Google Maps is based on a geo server. So that technology of some people uploading data on your Google Maps, Google Earth, that technology is called GeoServer or geomapping. So under the EU project, we have also received or procured equipment for monitoring for water quality, forest heights. So please feel free to visit the GIS Center. We have a dedicated technician in the GIS Center who is able to offer you this support if you need spatial data sets. The other component where we have participated in this project is that we have conducted focus group discussions. We have met the communities, the technocrats at the districts, and here we participated in the Uganda Water and Environment Week in Mbale. So we supported the event, and in that we widened our network, NBS network. So the technocrats have been helpful in validating the developed modules. We have conducted community trainings in Bududa on issues of nature-based solutions, terraces, developing terraces, and other soil and water conservation technologies. During the Uganda Water and Environment Week, we laid out our programs in the Department of Geography. So those are some of the events that we carried out. As I wind up, just like any other project, EU funded, the beauty is you're able to travel in some of these places and share experiences. So it's a motivation for all of us here that as we write, we are able to go outside and look at how things are done the other side. And you know, there are a few things to learn. So the first trip was in Greece, in drama. If you know drama, one thing I learned in the drama, I saw the prison where St. Paul was imprisoned. You know, when you read the Bible from Africa, and it's hard to translate that maybe this person was imprisoned here, but as you move, you explore some of these things. My colleagues went to Spain. That's a trip in Spain where they had issues or discussed issues on NBS. And they'll be here in Kyambogo this year in October. And we'll invite all of you to be around when they come. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Prof, for that. And I'm sure our colleagues and faculty staff present here, you can see what is happening in Kyambogo. Some of us didn't know that there was a state-of-art GIS center. We should go and look it out. And then for Tendo's presentation, an excellent center of excellence for leather in Africa. So Kyambogo is really competing with other universities, and we are working so hard to have research impact in all these. So allow me invite Dr. Christine to tell us about the focus project.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm here. My name is Christine Charimpa from the Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Science. I'm a lecturer of chemistry. I'm here to represent Focus Project, since I'm the focal person of the Focus Project in Kyambogo University. This project is about how we train our graduates so that they're able to compete in the market by giving them skills, that they can be able to use while in the workplaces. I work for the Faculty of Science, where we train scientists, chemists, biologists, and these people are prone to work in environments that tend to have hazards. So Focus Project was designed to train these people so that as they go to the workplaces, they are prepared with the skills and also how to prevent these hazards and be able to work effectively. This project is a consortium of universities and other ministries from 2 continents. The EU is funding, and we have participants from Europe and also participants from Africa, specifically Sub-Saharan Africa. In Europe, we are partnering with Serbia, Slovakia, and Spain. Then in Sub-Saharan Africa, we are partnering with Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. So this collaboration has a number of experts. So we share expertise. We improve the curricula of different institutions so that we prepare these graduates as they go to the field, that they are able to work effectively and also deliver. So the project started in December 2024, and has so far run for 1 year. We had our inaugural meeting last year in Slovakia. Now the project continues to run up to November 2027. And the coordination team is at the University of Novi Sad, which is located in Serbia. Don't look at the money. Please don't look at the money. As you're going to see on the next slide, this money is very little because it's going to be divided by very many people. So the participating institutions are those. As you can see, we are very many. But Uganda, we are also benefiting. We have Kyambogo University, Mbara University of Science and Technology. We also have Ministry of Health, Uganda. So this partnership allows us to share expertise and also align with international standards, then also strengthen our education system through collaboration. We have a certain way we are teaching here in Uganda, in Kyambogo. Then when you meet with other people in the, let's say in the University of Kenya, you go to Serbia, you see how they approach certain situations, and you learn 1 or 2. So this collaboration is very good because somehow it helps us to improve the way we teach. So the project brings together universities, government institutions, ministries of health, and also industry. We are yet to meet with the project has not yet started. Like, we have not yet started doing the real work. From the inaugural meeting, now we first had to procure the equipment because under the budget, each institution was allocated 1 equipment. And I'm happy to report that the equipment allocated to Kyambogo University has already been received and it is in the chemistry department. We're able to procure the probe sonicator, which is already being used by the students and staff of Kyambogo University. Under objectives, this focus, the main objective is to strengthen occupational health and safety education in sub-Saharan Africa. And this we are doing by improving the curricula, teaching methods, and also professional development. We also intend to strengthen industrial linkages between industry and education institutions, so that as we are training our graduates, we are aligning them to be able to work in industries without any problems. Before I end, Focus also gave birth to another project, which is the ICM project, which is a mobility project where we sponsor students and staff to spend some time in labs in these developed countries. Much as they gave us the probe sonicator, it's not enough because we are doing a lot of research. We are doing a lot of, our research is diverse, so we don't have all the equipment. So we have that collaboration where you're able to send a student to spend like 5 months in their labs, and they pay for the upkeep, the air ticket, and all that. So ICM project is also under focus, and we are able to sponsor our students and their supervisors. When the student goes, after like 2 months, the supervisor follows to see how the student is doing. As I conclude, focus needs you to be able to deliver. So if you're interested in being part of the team, please scan the QR code and show your interest. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. I can see Dean Mugampoza. These are promotions, Dean. You can see what is happening. All this equipment, yes, we need here. Thank you, colleagues. I think every project you can see, they are bringing in equipment, at least what we don't have, and their exchanges. So please note your questions, colleagues, so that at the end of the day, we have some good interaction. Now, allow me to invite Jackie to come and present on the methodic projects, representing Professor Wanyama.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. Jacqueline Mirembe from the Department of Textile and Leather Technology. And as Dr. has put it, I'm here to represent Professor Wanyama under the project methodic that talks about strengthening the links between industry and academia for a sustainable textile sector that promotes circular economy in the entire textile industry. So this methodic project is a consortium, or it's a project that is being run by European partners and 7 African universities and 1 consulting firm from Greece. Kyambogo University is one of the partners under our department, as I put it. We are working with the University of Ghent in Belgium. We are working with the University of West Attica in Greece. We are working with Moi University, Technical University of Kenya. We have Jimma University in Ethiopia. We are working with Bahilda University in Ethiopia. We have Mekele University, still Ethiopia. We have Busitema University, and a consulting firm that is called IDEC is also based in Greece. So basically, the project is looking at 3 main objectives or pillars. And the first one is to develop a sustainable course, which course is going to be pursued in different African partners. And it's about textile sustainability and circular economy. So we are drafting this course as a joint course that is going to be pursued by the African universities that I mentioned earlier. Another second objective is to strengthen the links between industries and academia. Like, as we all know, we produce students that are sometimes not competitive to meet the job market in the available industry. So this project is basically looking at strengthening those links, as I'll explain in the next slides. Then our third pillar, or the project objective, is to promote global exchange through joint course development, as I said, and mobility programs for the staff and student, from which I've at least had a time to enjoy or benefited from, like as we are seeing in the slide that is being projected. Among the activities that have so far been done and ongoing, we are developing the joint course, as I said earlier. And with this development, each partner university has been given a module to write. Kyambogo University, we have a module. We are the ones that are looking at the raw materials that are going to be used to develop the different sustainable products to be used in the different textile applications. Then we are also looking at fostering and strengthening academia. The project is also looking at conducting study visits, industrial visits, and meetings in both Europe and African countries. So far, we've had a chance to go to Greece, University of West Attica, from where we also take a chance to visit the different textile industries that exist there, to see the different available technologies. We've gone to Belgium. I think you can see the pictures there in the corner. We've been to Belgium, that is University of Ghent. And still there, we had a chance to visit the different textile industries and what they do. And in December last year, we're here with our dean. The visitors from Europe and other different partners were part of us. They came, and we had a good time with them here. Still after that, after holding the meetings, we also had a tour of the different industries that are existing here, as we see in the last picture. Then our fourth activity is, like I said, they are busy promoting global exchange, and this is going to be achieved through the upcoming mobilities, where we have to take 2 staff members and 2 students to enjoy these mobilities. So one student is supposed to go to Greece, another to Belgium, the same with the staff, and they're supposed to spend there some good time to learn and acquire different technologies that they need to bring and inculcate in our textile field. This is upcoming, the mobility is upcoming. Just like other presenters have made it or mentioned it, we are glad to say that this state-of-the-art equipment is already here with us in the stores, and it is just waiting installation. So the first one is a high-resolution fiber testing equipment. We're having a tensile strength testing machine, and we also have one of the latest state-of-the-art textile machine that is called the electro spinning machine. These ones are already here with us, and they are in the store, just waiting to be installed in our new laboratory. Some, of course, of the impacts of our project, like we said, we're going to develop a joint course on sustainability. We all know that some of the SDGs, we are looking at promoting the environment. So we are looking at producing sustainable products from the industry. Then another impact is going to be we're strengthening the links between the students that we produce or the graduates that we release on market and the industry. Then, like I said, we are developing that course that is supposed to be pursued by students in Kenya, students in Uganda, and students from Ethiopia. Then lastly, we have building capacity among the stakeholders and the different SMEs. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Jackie, for that. And I think, Dean, you're noting in all this equipment for the Department of Leather. So our next presenter is Dr. Ann Nakajiri. Fortunately, she's off station on the same mobility. She has just arrived in the UK today, but she left with something small about her project. She's the lead collaborator of this project, which is going to, I think they're going for the inception meeting next week in one of the universities, in the partner universities. So it's called MOCRA, Multidisciplinary Mobility for Climate Resilient Africa. And this project is an EU-funded mobility program under the Intra-Africa Academic Mobility Scheme, connecting leading African and European universities to strengthen climate resilience across Africa through multidisciplinary research, training, and academic mobility. So this consortium, it has five institutions of academic institutions of Africa. It has Busitema University, Kyambogo University, Strathmore University, that's Savannah's University, I understand, not Strathmore, that's Stellenbosch. Yeah, Namibia University of Science and Technology, and Cape Town, South Africa, together with Twente University in the Netherlands. And this one, I wish Nakaji was here, but it is going to train and deliver about 95 mobilities, 44 master's students, 12 doctoral students, 20 trainees, and 19 members of staff. They are commencing next week in one of the universities in Namibia, And the main objective of this project is to bring together key stakeholders from academia, industry, government, partner institutions to enhance their understanding of the MOCRA project and secure their buy-in and commitment for successful implementation of the project. So that is Dr. Ann's project, and I think interested colleagues or faculty staff, students that want to upgrade, will, I think, look for her when she comes back. And right now, allow me to invite our last discussant, Dr. Gabiri Geoffrey from the Department of Geography.
Okay, thank you very much. As the MC mentioned, my name is Geoffrey Gabiri from the Department of Geography. I'm going to present to you, it's a baby project. I will call it a baby project because it's new. It has just commenced, and it's about integrating mobility. He's opening it, yeah. He's trying to open. Mine is refusing. What's happening? I can talk through, maybe. Yeah, they can be. Yeah.
Save time, as they're trying to open, maybe I can take on one question to one of I have my own questions as as the moderator. So I want to ask, let me start with ladies first. Let me start with Dr. Christine. Yeah. So how does, I've heard about the focus projects, how does occupational health and safety education improve employability in sub-Saharan Africa? Yeah. How does occupational health and safety education improve employability in sub-Saharan Africa? So maybe before I give it to my colleague here, Geoffrey, another question will go to Tendo. Think about it. When he finishes presenting, you can please get back to my questions. To you, Dr. Tendo, how has your project contributed to strengthening sustainable practices in the leather industry in Uganda and Tanzania? Tendo, repeat. How has your project contributed to strengthening sustainable practices in the leather industry in Uganda and Tanzania? Over to you, Geoffrey.
Good. Is it possible to project it here as well? Okay. Good. Thank you very much. The project is about integrating mobility, digital tools, and climate education to address terrestrial plant diversity and conservation in a changing climate. It's funded by European Union. It has around 5 partners, and that is, of course, Kyambogo University, being inclusive. We have University of Namibia, University of Eswatini, and University of Nigeria, Kibabi University in Kenya, and then University of Turku, which is in Finland as a technical partner. And University of Namibia is our coordinating university, and the project will take 48 months, and it has commenced. We are still in the inception period. And the objectives of the project are to just maybe I can present from intra-African mobilities to train climate-conscious postgraduate students across different disciplines, and then to provide hands-on training through specialized courses, and then also to agenda climate change preparedness and responsiveness by integrating climate education in the curriculum of the 5 partner universities, and also to establish mentorship programs with experienced professionals, and provide networking events, conferences, as well as webinars to connect the Impact D participants and beneficiaries within the green economy. And next, so this is an intra-mobility project, and it will involve exchange of students, trainees, and staff within these partner universities. And who can apply for these mobilities? We have scholarships are given for mobilities that are hosted within these partner universities. And your people who are eligible, you have to be a national of an African Union member state and a resident in Africa at the time of application. And of course, you have to meet both the institutional and partnership requirements. You have to meet the university requirements. And after meeting the university requirements, then you have to meet the scholarship requirements. And you shouldn't have benefited from any form of previous support from an intra-mobility academic scheme. But of course, you have to be prepared to move from your home country to another country, the partners which I've showed you. And we have 2 target groups. We have target group 1. These are students registered, admitted in, or having obtained a degree from one of the partner university. Then target group 2, these are students admitted in or having obtained a degree from another African university, and they want to apply for this mobility. So what kind of mobilities are supported? We have what we call, for the students, we have what we call the credit seeking, and then the degree seeking mobilities. When we talk about the degree seeking mobilities, a student moves from the home university to a partner university to take up a degree. If it is credit seeking, a student can go for a semester, maybe 5 months, to take up different credits, and those credits are transferred to your home university. Then we have mobilities of trainees. This entails the traineeship period in private or public organizations or industries. And this one is for instance, bachelor students, master's students, or doctoral students in one of the partner universities, and we also have the staff mobilities who will be given an opportunity to move to another university to travel and have some interaction with the universities on their side for around 3 to 6 months. These are the scholarship details. I will not say much about this, but we also have a contribution for special needs, especially for scholarship holders with disabilities who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments, and they have been certified by a competent national authority. There is a package for them, and they are given some special attention under this mobility. Next. So we offer PhD programs for 15 months, and then the master programs for 24 months, especially for the degree seeking, and then for the credit seeking, they have 4 to 12 months. So these are some of the programs. Of course, they contribute to what my colleagues have presented. You can see there's textile, there's food science and nutrition technology in the University of Eswatini. So you look at these programs, and then you can apply for these programs depending on the mobility you want. And here we are working with the Department of Biology, together with the Department of Geography, and then we have agriculture. Next. Next, we have also these are the PhD programs. So for details, you can go to the link, and in May next week we are going to 1st of May. We will be advertising for scholarships, so you can check on this link, and probably you can apply. But for more details, you can contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Geoffrey, for that presentation. And I'm pretty excited because most of you have interacted with you online when you're looking for visas to all those countries. I didn't know that some of the faces, but today I've seen. And Dean Mugampoza, I'm happy to say that these people go and come back. Other people go and don't come back, and then we get problems with the embassies. We need to keep those relationships, and this goes to students. Please, if you get these mobilities, go and come back and serve your country. I had to use this time to talk about that because we have had issues where people, especially students, go and they don't come back. But our faculty staff, that one 100%, they go and come back. And if you don't do that, when you go back to the embassies, they refuse to give us visas because some people have gone and failed to come back. So I had posed my 2 questions. Now we are going to open up to the audience. Please, colleagues, note down all your questions. I want to give all the discussants one question. I had many, but let me not be selfish and give space to other people as well. I'd given 2, I'll give maybe 3. Let me go to Geoffrey. Let me respect your elder associate professor Barasa. Let me go to Geoffrey, since you're from the same department. How are these digital tools enhancing climate education and biodiversity conservation in your project? How are these digital tools enhancing climate education and biodiversity conservation in your project? I'll just pose those 3, and then we'll open up to the audience. I think, Christine, you can respond to my question, and then I'll open up.
Thank you very much, Dr. Judith. I'm happy to represent Focus, and I'm happy to respond to your question. The question was, how does Focus improve employability? Like I already said, Focus is going to enhance our curriculum so that we produce graduates who are ready to work in the environment. These industries, you know that most of the science graduates end up in places where we need safety. Places like the construction industry, the manufacturing industry, and the laboratories. These graduates need to be prepared, both technically and also psychologically. These graduates need to know and identify the risk. If I'm going to a construction industry, what am I supposed to wear? How am I supposed to present myself? You know, these graduates, without this training, they'll have first class, second class, upper, but you put him in a lab and he is Anganzi. So we want to prepare them so that they know that in a lab we wear safety PPE. Also, we need to equip these graduates with the necessary skills so that they are employable. You know, we can have a student, yes, he has graduated and is very good, but the attitude towards work is very negative because they are fearing. So we need to equip them with those skills. Then we also need to increase productivity. How do we do that? These graduates, once they know how to protect themselves, they know the safety procedures, we shall have less accidents at work. When we don't have accidents at work, we have less sick people, and people are productive. So we want to increase productivity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tina. I think the issues around mindset change and employability. Mindset change is very key for our students, and I think they can take something from that. Dr. Tendo, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Judith Nagasha. This is a very interesting question, and leather is on so many minds of different people. The challenge we have is that we are not very late, but we shall get there very soon. There is a very disturbing statistics. I'll handle this problem from an environmental perspective and the work package we have on that. The most disturbing statistics about the leather industry is that 80% when converting skins and hides into leather, a material that doesn't just rot and produce any smell, 80% during production goes into waste. So it's like if you had 1,000 kilograms of skins and hides delivered to a tannery, only 200 kilograms of the 1,000 are going to be converted into the final product. And along the way, you are using a lot of chemicals, and most of them have been proved to be related to cancer in human beings. One of those chemicals is what we call chromium. It's a heavy metal. Once it lands into water, those are community problems. So as Excellence for Leather has a deliverable directly that commits to introducing new sustainable practices that allow for production of leather in ways that are not going to harm the environment. As I speak now, for example, because this is a consortium that is expected to work together, Judith, I'm speaking on behalf of Uganda. I don't know who is going to handle Tanzania. But one thing I know among the delegations that have gone to Spain is the Uganda Leather and Allied Industries, and the person who has gone there owns a tannery and specializes in what we call the tanning process. What has taken him there is to collect as much knowledge as there is to make sure that once he comes, that the leather they're going to be producing is safe for our environment. The next one is my colleague, is our technician in the department. He has also gone to receive similar training. There is a lab we are incubating currently in the department I'm working hand in hand with my colleagues from chemistry, and we have a laboratory that handles processing of skins and hides towards leather. Joshua is going to be used as one of the resources that is going to be implementing some of this scientific knowledge that he has gone to handle. So what I can say is that from the perspective of excellence for leather, we are looking at sustainability in form of training, human resource that is going to be to bring back knowledge. Of course, we know some of the nuggets are around to get around the problem, but again, learning from those who are already in the field is very interesting. That is the little I can say about that.
I think I'm going to repent on that. My 2 questions are enough. Let me also spare you, Geoffrey, for today. We'll get another session. Now let's open up to the audience. Dr. Savan, I don't know how we're going to do it. How many questions do I take from the audience? 1, 2? Okay. So maybe let me take one. She's my boss here. She's saying maybe 1 question and they look for these people. What do you think? Because we have other sessions. 2 questions. Okay. Maybe Dr. Winnie goes first. I'm going to do gender balance, a lady now, and then a gentleman. Dr. Mugampoza, you know, okay.
Thank you very much, Judith. Winfred Kyosava, Principal Counseling Psychologist. I'm blessed to have come and attended this session. Reason being, I am wondering, we have great men and women in front there. They have educated me. I'm talking on my own behalf. However, if I'm not in your department, maybe this will go to Dr. Judith. How do I get to know what is happening? What platform apart from STEAM? As the counselor, I give information as I support our dear students and the staff members. Thank you very much. The one for mobility, you have given us a website which I have taken. So are these projects only benefiting people in your departments or students' welfare department like Winfred? We can also benefit and therefore support our students who are here for academic goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Winnie. And let me answer that and we go to another question. There is a grants office. It's a new office, but it's trying to harmonize with all the researchers in the university, and there will be a website soon. Maybe what is there is just mini, but she got all these people from the website. So she's trying to harmonize, put up a platform where we shall all access and get to know the different PIs for different projects. And most of them, you can also participate. They're multidisciplinary. Some of them, I go with my gender policy and climate change expertise, and I poke into their workshops, pitch or contribute in one, because now the world is going multidisciplinary research. And also maybe you can look for Dr. Ann, because 95 projects, mobilities that are coming under her docket. When she comes back, you can also reach out. But we are going to try as much as we can through the grants office and international office to publicize all these opportunities. Thank you very much. And lastly,
yes, thank you very much. My name is Tom Modea, a student of Kyambogo University. Yes, my question is directed to probably all of the discussants today. Yes, the idea of mobility is a great one. The idea of capacity building, I think that is a solution to a number of problems that we face as a country and nationally. Yeah, so my question is the fact that you mentioned that when students go out there, they don't want to return, you know. I think that's something that we, it's a recurrent problem, right? So if students go out the nations and they're acquiring these technologies, they're learning these different research, they're doing the research and they're learning a lot. So meaning they're getting the capacity. is there a plan in, because the problem that we're facing right now is probably implementation. That is ideation and then the implementation. So is there a plan to see that what has been learned or the technology that has been acquired outside there is implemented in the country? So we're meaning that the facility that can accommodate that amount of capacity. So I'm looking at you, a student, going out there and getting that knowledge, getting that capacity as it has been offered. And then they are coming back here to implement it. So is there a plan to see that the space is given, the facilities are given, and to see that the students are able to implement those things that they have learned from those different countries?
Okay.
Yes.
I think Professor Barasa, you can answer that and we close. Our senior, you know, you have to respect seniors. Yes.
In less than a minute, first of all, I appreciate your team. Dr. Savannah, sorry that I'm standing up. We closed this session already. We are doing a lot. But when you see what Cosmas was presenting yesterday, I actually, when I'm sitting National Council for Science and Technology, supervised by STIOP, they are mentioning Wusitem, the Ramuni. Sometimes I want to go to the back when the Kyambogo is not mentioned. So I don't know how we can strategize and link up with the STI so that we can make a direct contribution to national programs. That when Cosmos is showing slides, Kyambogo is also coming out that we are contributing. Lastly, I don't know how you manage IP issues. Well, this is intellectual property. So I know all the knowledge ends up in Europe, Greece. I've seen a lot of Greece. I've been there myself. So how do we benefit as a university, you as an individual, the faculty, departments? And now we have an IP policy. I don't know at what stage it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Later, Professor Barasa give an answer to our students, and then we close this session.
It's an interesting question. It was about a number of issues, implementation, going out, not coming back. Yes, we have the mobilities under the impact project, and these mobilities, if you're supported, for example, if you're a PhD student, you can say to go in a partner university, undertake your research from the other side, then you come back. But now the problem is, how do you implement? You know, implementation varies, because I've seen many people who have gone to well-established universities in Europe, but they are doing opposite here. So for me, the idea is, where do you want to go and how do you want to improve where you are? You can be employed in Karamoja and you make a difference. We are here in Kyambogo trying to make a difference. So you're here and you should walk the talk. For me, that's what I can say.
Our dear discussants, for allowing to share your knowledge. Others would not want to turn up, by the way, but you have allowed to come, share with us your knowledge, and we have taken in a lot. We have heard about the opportunities you have told us. We are going to utilize them. We have also heard about the socio-economic impact that is out there in communities, and we have also learned about the equipment that is coming into our universities, the centers of excellency, and we really thank God for that. And to the audience, thank you very much for your time. And I have gone beyond by 1 minute, I suppose, so forgive me about that, Savannah. Thank you very much.
Okay, we can have our panelists take back their seats. Now, those of us who have the program booklets, you definitely are aware that the day is still young. But when you look outside, it is not young anymore. So we have to figure out how to balance the boat. And our next sessions, Dr. Chimulifile is taking us through. We have a number of presenters. I am hoping that all of them are here. Dr. Chimuli, as you come, this morning we had an interesting session about women empowerment and whether it is real or not. And someone said that some women were saying that, yeah, whether daddy is in the house or not, we will still eat. In fact, he can even stay there longer, even better. Now, I don't want to say that for those who may not be here, that if there are any presenters for this session and they are not here, they will save us time to finish the session quickly. But Dr. Chimuli, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Savannah. Yeah, as you said, we are already being chased by time. So for us to have a fair share of the remaining part of the program, we are combining the two sessions. We are going to have all the speakers present their work first, then we shall interact with them at once. So the following should be ready. Dr. Barugahara Evelyn Isingoma should be ready. She's the first speaker. Then next one will be Nicholas Isaac Mukwana. Then Innocent Mugisha. Dr. Letitia Kamba Rakjumba. Komba. Then Dr. Dennis Sebugwao and the Associate Professor Biarugaba. They should be ready. So we start with the Dr. Barugahara, Evelyn Isingoma. Please welcome. We are allocating strictly 7 minutes. So be brief with your work and such that we can.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. All protocol observed. My name is Dr. Evelyn Isingoma. I'm from the School of Vocational Studies, specifically Department of Hotel and Institutional Catering. I'm happy to present this work, a study which was done titled A Comparative Study of Iron Bioaccessibility and Anti-Nutrient Levels in Hibiscus subdariffa leaves and calices and Pasea americana leaves and seeds, nutritional implications. This work is done together with Dr. Christine Kyarimpa from the Faculty of Science and Dr. Edward Buzigi from the School of Vocational Studies. Now, we know very well that anemia is still a problem in Uganda, with about 53% of children below 5 years anemic and 32% of women of reproductive age. Iron deficiency is normally regarded as the major cause, actually contributing highly. This prevalence is believed to be highest among especially the low socioeconomic status households, basically because many of them cannot afford fortified foods and animal sources of food which are believed to be having available iron, which is easily available to the body. Now, World Health Organization in 2014-2023 strategy prioritized the use of medicinal plants. And this is basically because they can easily be accessible. But we know that these plants contain anti-nutrients. Anti-nutrients are those substances which impair digestion, absorption, and utilization of nutrients. And we have heard of phytates. You see these ones will impede iron absorption. You eat food, it has iron, but it can't be available to the body. The protein enzymes activity gets inhibited. But they also have some positive attributes like antioxidant properties, anti-cholesterol. Our colleague the other time was talking about meat, anti-diabetic, Anti-osteoporosis, those women who are suffering with bone problems, especially in the old age. Neuroprotective, anti-inflammatory, chemopreventive attributes, those issues to do with cancer. And then we also have another anti-nutrient, the tannins, which of course have a problem with the affect digestion of amino acids by forming tannin protein complexes. Oxalates also can bind iron absorption, and sometimes if you take too much, you can end up getting kidney stones. Totophenols also, they decrease amino acid and iron absorption. In some instances, they have been reported to cause loss of appetite and cardiac complications. Now, the plants we are talking about are avocado leaves and seeds. Many of us know them. The hibiscus subdarifa is the roselle leaf, if you have seen that plant aside there. Now, if you move to some markets, you'll find some of these calices of hibiscus being marketed. You'll hear people saying, Musai, Musai. At a certain time, somebody was saying, Cindy kamaya nyake. And then my son asked me, Mommy, what is that? Did they work on the vehicles also? But I would see many men running for them. So these plants, they are being promoted to address nutrition and health-related issues. Many are promoting them as the nutrient-dense dietary supplements. You find them in powder form, and there are those who will take them in the fresh form. And you find somebody taking a whole mug saying, after all, it has no side effect. We believe that these plants have no side effect. The scientific basis for these plants' use is not very clear, because we know that the iron in plant foods is not easily available to the body. You need enhancers like protein, vitamin C, and beta-carotene. You also need to avoid these inhibitors, and yet they are already there. So the objective of this study is, the main one is to compare the iron bioaccessibility, how it is available for absorption, and the anti-nutrient levels in these roselle leaves and calices and avocado leaves and seeds in the dry and fresh forms. Specifically, we analyze the nutrient content, that is protein, iron, vitamin C, beta-carotene, basically because these have a role they play. And then we determined also the phytate, oxalate, tannin, and total phenol composition of these leaves and calices and avocado leaves and seeds. And then the bioavailability, how much iron, how much as the iron might be there, how much of it is available to the body for absorption. In the interest of time, we used standard methods, and we used 6-month-old red variety roselle leaves and calices and fresh, mature, disease-free avocado leaves and seeds from central Uganda. We followed standard methods in the analysis, and we also analyzed using standard methods. Allow me to go to the results in the interest of saving time. Now, when you look at these anti-nutrients, the total phenols, which are believed really to bind so much the iron absorption, you see hibiscus leaves there where we have earmarked. It's high compared to the maximum tolerable. The maximum tolerable is 600 up there. You can see how it is shooting, the fresh form. And even when you look across that line, you see the tannins also seem to be coming nearer to the 560, meaning that the hibiscus leaf, the tannin levels are really high. And that means one could easily suffer with some of these complications like inhibiting iron, inhibiting protein digestion, which is key to hemoglobin synthesis, and then some other aspects of developing like the kidney stones and the like. So now when you look at iron in milligrams per 100 grams, that is the amount that was found. You see that the fresh forms are doing very well, perhaps because, during drying anything can happen, but also you realize that the hibiscus leaf, especially in the fresh form, is still doing well. So when you look at these amounts, you realize that many of these amounts can cater, for example, for the first trimester needs of the expectant mother, which is around 0.8. If we go to third trimester, 7.5, many of these can cater, but there are other issues also that you need to look at. Now, when you look at vitamin C, protein and beta-carotene, remember vitamin C is very key in the absorption of iron, especially from plant foods. Actually, studies have shown that even those whom they supplement with vitamin C in the process of giving iron supplements, they improve greatly, because vitamin C enhances absorption, but also it is an antioxidant, the prevention of the radical damage to the body, the way it deals with infections. Infections, we know they lower a lot of HB. So vitamin C, beta-carotene, they are very key in mobilizing iron stores from the tissues. So you can see that roselle leaves is doing very well. Roselle leaves is doing very well. Avocado leaves are doing very well. And when you look at the protein content also, protein is very key in the hemoglobin production. Protein, when you eat enough protein, the amino acids, the mobilization from globin, it is very easy. So you can see the amount of protein there. Now, we were interested in the bioavailability aspect. When we reached here, we saw completely that avocado seed was completely knocked out. Avocado seed, especially the fresh form, you look at those molar ratios, they are the ones we use. The critical toxicity value, it should be less than 1 for phytate iron molar ratio if phytate has to not bind. So you see avocado seed cannot work. Its iron is not available for absorption. Actually, even when you see it in the dry form, it is also showing you an indicator that it is not a very good source. The others were showing that they were all less than the critical toxicity value. And then when you would compare with some of the foods that we eat, you would see that it is doing well. Even when you compare with cabbage, carrots, you'd find it is these leaves they are doing well. And so we conclude that only avocado leaves, roselle calyces, and dry roselle leaves have good amounts of bioaccessible iron with safe and nutrient levels and good bioavailability. Fresh roselle leaves, though they are rich in iron, they have unsafe levels of phenolic compounds. Avocado seeds have phytate iron molar ratio, making their iron unavailable to the body. There is need, however, for controlled experiments to determine vivo iron absorption and toxicity. This study was sponsored by the Competitive Research Grants Committee. This is part of the paper which was published with the Journal of the American Nutrition Association by Taylor and Francis, and there is another work, but those are the references. We want to appreciate all of you for listening. We appreciate the Kyambogo University Competitive Research Grant Committee and the National Agriculture Research Organization, Mr. Yusuf Mukasa. The STEM committee, thank you. You've done as well. Thank you. I hope I've seen your time.
Thank you, Doctor. You can stay here. If you want to hear other people's talks, you can maybe be there, then you'll join us later. Okay. Oh, your tag. Sorry. Yes, next we have Nicholas Isaac Amukwana on the power of the language, power of language.
Thank you very much. moderator, and thank you, STEAM, for giving me this opportunity to share my work. My name is Nicholas Isaac Mkwana, and I will be talking about the power of language. That work is already published. You find it on Google Scholar. Write Mkwana, Nicholas Isaac, The Power of Language. You'll find the work there. I would like to start with the keywords in this work. The keywords, next slide. Keyword number 1 is language. Ladies and gentlemen, language is a method of communicating ideas, emotions, and desires. Keyword, it's a method. And Benjamin Lee Wolfe says that language shapes the way we think and determines what we can think about. I'll give you an example. In this country, there is a discourse that if you want to contribute significantly to the development of this country, you must be in the science. So everyone that stands up will speak science. Our guest yesterday spoke science, and arts came in during the question session saying that even arts is important, but all the time was because language is used to shape the way we think and the way we behave, by the way. I'll interest you a little bit in this also. One time I was teaching a course unit, Language, Culture, and Ideology. That course unit deals with the way people use language to shape stereotypes, prejudices, biases. And after I'd labored for 15 weeks to show these learners how language forms people's ideologies, I set a question. Comment on the following stereotypes. Moreover, the question was biased enough. Stereotypes, prejudices in this country. 1, Musoga understands at the age of 45. And here, the learner says, yes, it is true. We started with some Musogas, but they were always failing. I was not 45 then, and I'm a Musoga, and I'm the one marking their paper. I would give you very many examples to make you understand that people use language to shape the way we think. Somebody can use language to make you think you're nothing. You can never amount to anything. Number 2, respectful communication. And I'm talking about respectful intentionally. The communication that is done in a way that shows consideration, empathy, values for others' perspectives and feelings. Very important to take note. Number 3, rude communication. It can be verbal, it can be non-verbal, that shows disrespect, disregard, and being insensitive to others' feelings. Eric says that rudeness is the weak person's imitation of strength. I'll come to that. Keyword number 4, politeness. The use of language and behavior that reflects respect, consideration, and adherence to social norms of courtesy. And keywords here again is politeness uses language and behavior. And researchers agree that one cannot be linguistically polite but behaviorally bankrupt. These two have to go together. I'll give you an example. Somebody might possess a word like, I am sorry. But if he says, I'm sorry, you know he is not actually sorry. So the behavior and the linguistic repertoire present do not match. So there is a mismatch in politeness. Penelope and Lovickson describes politeness as strategies used to maintain social harmony and avoid offending others. And then note, politeness is the flower of humanity. Joseph says that whenever we exhibit politeness, we make life enjoyable. Again, I was teaching productive skills of communication, and one learner comes during presentation and says, my name is Chinovis, I'm going to talk about presentation. And I said, excuse me, can you slow down? He repeated the same thing. I said, okay, I want to say that my name is Nicholas Isaac Mukwana. Can we hear you? Articulate that. And told me, excuse me, sir, for me, I'm a Muchiga. And I said, it's fine, you're a Muchiga. I appreciate. But here, we are learning English. When you go back to Luchiga, speak that way. And I reminded him that, by the way, the most humble Ugandan I know is a Muchiga. And I told the class, I have not seen any Ugandan who is as polite as the Right Honorable Kahana Rugunda. But he's a Muchiga. So I told him that is just a mindset. You can still be polite. Polite expressions, those are phrases like, please, excuse me, I'm sorry. Mother Teresa, you know, one of the most, again, polite women we know in the world, say that kind words can be short, easy to speak, but their echo are truly endless. When somebody is polite, will cause a tremendous change. The other word is mental health, a state of well-being in which an individual realizes their abilities, can cope with the normal stress of life, work productively, and contribute to their community. So World Health Organization gave us that definition, and they say there is no health without mental health. So in this study, we discovered that mental health is a serious concern. In the world, 1 out of every 4 has a problem. And in the university, 1 out of every 5. So if you're a student there, you count 1, 2, 3, 4. If you're the fifth, there must be a problem. In Uganda, 1 out of every 3. So if you're Ugandan, count properly. There is a serious problem. And so this study had 170 participants. And that was they were younger adults. There were 80% of the participants were between 21 and 24. And the most important question we were asking is the impact of polite and respectful language. And the study discovered that whenever you're polite and respectful, 2 things happen in the life of a person. 1, positive emotions. And positive emotions like being happy, feeling loved and valued and respected help a lot to reduce anxiety and stress and boosts confidence. And then 2, the behavior response. A person will be open to share, they will engage openly, and in so doing, their mental health will be stable. So we also had, what about the rude one? Rude communication produces 4: emotional pain, loss of self-worth, and then the individual behavior become defensive, they withdraw, they become confused, and that affects their performance, either at work or at home. The study went further to ask who exactly is responsible for the mental health, and the learners agreed that the teachers, both, if you look at the 120, 71% said both the lecturers and the parents are responsible for the mental health of the students. We do not have much time to go deeper, but I would have shared to you that the learners revealed certain words that the members of staff say to them in the lectures that make them even switch off that course unit. I would have given you some examples, but we do not have that time. And so I just wanted to conclude, since here we are parents and lecturers, that we should know that as teachers, there is something we are doing to either build or destroy a learner's confidence, just using the language. Like we said, language shapes the way people think and even behave. I want to thank you. Because of time, we shall continue from there. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Nicholas Isaac Mukwana. Our next presenter is Innocent Mugisha. Innocent Mugisha on the economic analysis of efficiency among Public Health Center 3 facilities in Kigezi sub-region in Uganda. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Protocol is observed. I'm Innocent Mugisha from the Department of Economics, and I'm here to present the economic analysis of efficiency among Public Health Center 3 facilities in Kigezi sub-region, that is southwestern Uganda. We all know that good health means wealth, because health means wealth, so we must look at good health. And this comes from the healthcare system that we have. Globally, we are looking at the cost of curbing the diseases increasing. New diseases emerge, even those which are there keep on escalating every day. That means the cost is also increasing. You can look at the USD 7.5 trillion, which is spent annually to curb the burden of diseases. The inefficiencies are highly recorded in sub-Saharan African healthcare systems, maybe because they are still lacking the resources. In Uganda, we are not spared. When it comes to Uganda, on the top we have Ministry of Health. This is a policy maker, the regulator and the financer of the healthcare systems. We go to the national referrals, then regional referrals, the general hospitals, in that order. We have a new term, that is the CHOOS. These are the community health extension workers. On top of the VHTs, this is a new term which has been brought on board. Some are private, others are public. That is ownership. Some look for profits, others are not. There is production which goes on in these healthcare facilities. That is, they get the inputs, then they transform to provide outputs. When we talk of technical efficiency, basically we are looking at the combination of input that come into the facilities, then there is conversion to give us the output. The aim here is to minimize on the input and maximize the output. Yes, there are some studies which have been made about technical efficiency in Uganda, but there is no study which has looked at the Health Center 3 facilities. So this study comes to address that gap. The objectives are there: estimating the levels of TE among these facilities, that is Health Center 3 in the sub-region, but also examining the levels. How much can we save if we reduced on the wastage? Remember, the problem here is wastage amidst scarcity. So when we talk of Kigezi sub-region, we are looking at 6 districts: Rukunjiri, Kabale, then we have Rwanda, we have Ruchiga, Kanungu, and Chisoro. Theoretically, we have the agent theory, the conceptual framework there. We have inputs on one side, then there is transformation to get the output, and we have the factors which intervene in the process of production. Secondary data, this was obtained from the District Health Information System version 2, but also supplemented by UBOS. When you look at the sampling techniques, that is data envelopment analysis, which is a non-parametric system or method. It requires that when you use this, you should have a sample which is as big as 3 times the combination of the inputs and outputs. When you look at the model, the conceptual framework, we are looking at 4 inputs, 4 outputs. So that makes it any number that is above 3 times 8. That means is allowed to be used here. For that case, 30 facilities were adopted for the study. The study started by stratifying the facilities, then it attached a probability to eliminate the bias. Then from there, the sampling was done randomly. So that is how the 30 were obtained from the 53 which are existing in the 6 districts. And so the study applied DEA, that is data envelopment analysis technique. It is a non-parametric technique. Those are the people who advanced it. Yeah, specifically, their output orientation under the constant returns to scale approach was employed. And so here the objective is, as I mentioned, it is to maximize efficiency subject to resource constraints. These facilities are constrained by what the government provides to them. So the aim is they should get the best given what they are supplied. The model is there. The variables are there. Descriptive statistics, basically they are there. This is the observation 30, the mean, the standard error, mean and max. The objective one, estimating the technical efficiency scores among the facilities. When you look at the model, the results are displayed there. The beauty of this model is it shows the ranking of the facilities. And this ranking is made that a facility which is technically efficient at 100% of operation is assigned a rank of 1. This is where other facilities should come and benchmark how the activities are done by such a facility. TE represents the technical efficiency score. So you see we have 1. That means the facility is 100%. DMU stands for it is a short form of a facility, that is a decision-making unit. We are looking at a facility as a unit that can make a decision on how well it can use the available resources to get the output. This is a continuation. So on average, 72%, that is the level of technical efficiency among the health center 3 facilities in southwestern Uganda or Kigezi sub-region. And so we have some facilities which operated as low as 9%. So that means they are far away from being efficient by about 91%. But we had some facilities which operated at 100%. So those ones should be benchmarked that those which are still struggling. Struggling, I mean less efficient. And when I talk of most efficient, they are the ones which should be visited to see what to do. Objective number 2 intended to estimate what could be saved economically For example, what are we saving? Imagine we have some facilities which have beds which are lying idle. That contributes to inefficiency. So here we are saying, what if these beds, the money which bought them, was converted to maybe getting more resources which are demanded more by the facilities? That is what we mean by economic saving from efficiency improvement. NB. When you observe, we have the input slacks. Whatever is non-zero shows what should be reduced. Under the input, any non-zero value shows the source of inefficiency. That should be reduced and converted into any other output. When you go to the output slacks, whenever you see a non-zero value, that shows by how much we should increase the output. Remember, the aim here is to minimize on the resource inputs which is wasted and use the amount in terms of money to increase on the output. So the output non-zero values show by how much we need to increase. Then the input slacks show what do we need to reduce. NB, any facility which is technically efficient, operating at 100%, has zero slack values all through, meaning there is no wastage under inputs, so there is no need to increase the output. NB number 2, any facility which is less efficient technically has non-zero values under input, but also under the output, meaning it has to reduce on the input by converting what is not needed most. A good example I said is the beds. Why would we have beds lying idle when we need some maybe resourceful personnel? However, some of these are supplied on condition by the government, but that's why the study comes in to advise. So as I said, under the input slacks, whenever we see non-zero under input, we need to reduce and convert into any other output. Under output slacks, whatever is not zero shows what we need to increase. Conclusions. On average, the study found out that the facilities operated at 72%, meaning there is a need to increase technical efficiency by 28% for all of them to be 100. Number 2, we are saying that instead of having idle inputs, let's convert them. That is what we are calling the allocation. At a facility level, there is a need to reallocate from one resource which is less demanded to producing a highly demanded output. The policy comes from the conclusions. Number 1, we are saying that there is a need to reallocate, that is at a facility level, but also much as there is cost of resources at a national level, these facilities should be given more resources. Yeah, I declare that the study was funded by Kyambogo University Competitive Research Grant. Many thanks to the docket. And also this is a book chapter. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you, Innocent Mugisha, for that wonderful presentation on the economic analysis of our health centers, 3 facilities. Next is Dr. Letitia Komba Rashjuma. Dr. Letitia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Leticia Kombarwa Kijuma from School of Education, Department of Education Planning and Management. I'm here to share our work titled Evaluation of the Implementation Fidelity of the New Lower Secondary School Curriculum in Uganda. This is a concept paper. It's work on progress. So we are 3 of us doing this work together with the Dr. Mugizi Wilson and Dr. Rothomio Joseph. Basically, this study is looking at how well the competence-based curriculum is being implemented in the lower secondary, or is the curriculum being implemented as intended? So that is generally a key question when we are talking of fidelity of implementation. So we are all aware that as a country, we have shifted from teacher-centered curriculum to teacher-centered curriculum, where the main focus in this curriculum is learner-centered. And we are looking at improving the critical thinking, practical skills, problem solving to the learners in a bid to achieve the needs of the 21st century. Irrespective of these good intentions, I think you'll agree with me because the findings are indicating very clear that the implementation of this curriculum is facing a number of challenges. So this made us to have a question. Is this curriculum being implemented as intended? So that is the gist. So we are seeing that there is a gap between the policy intentions and the classroom practice. So there is evidence in the literature as far as these gaps are concerned that the training of teachers is inadequate, resources, IT, books and so forth are inadequate, weak infrastructure and so forth. So literature is clear and the scholars have written a lot about it. What we saw was not that clear is the assessment of the fidelity of implementation. To what extent is this problem? So we found that there is limited empirical gap as far as this area is concerned. That's why we came in with this study. So the purpose of this study basically is to assess the CBC curriculum implementation fidelity. Specifically, we are going to evaluate the structural fidelity of CBC. So what do we mean by structural fidelity? We are looking at the extent to which the core components of the curriculum, are they implemented as intended? Is the content implemented as intended? Resources, the schedules, and so forth. So that is what we mean by structural fidelity. So we shall also assess, we are also assessing the instructional fidelity. So we know the focus is learner-centered. So we have a teacher implementing this curriculum. Are they, the pedagogue, is it learner-centered? So we are going to use the tools to assess the instructional fidelity. Then we shall look at students' engagement, the active learner participation, learner involvement in the curriculum. So in addition to that, we shall also identify challenges facing the implementation of this curriculum and opportunities that are available for the successful implementation of the curriculum. So those are the research questions, basically derived from the objectives. This study will be guided by the framework to assess fidelity by Century 2010. And according to Century, he suggested, and others, Century and others suggested that when we are measuring fidelity, we look at those three areas: the structural fidelity, instructional, and the student engagement. When it comes to methodology, data will be collected. We shall have both quantitative and qualitative data. We shall collect them simultaneously, analyze the data separately, and integrate the data during interpretation. We are carrying out this study in Wakiso districts. Our participants are teachers, administrators, and students. We expect to have we have a sample of 327 teachers for a questionnaire, 15 teachers, 5 administrators whom we shall interview, and some focus group discussions. So we shall use questionnaires, interviews, and focus group discussion guides. The findings for quantitative, we shall have use the descriptive statistics, means, percentages, frequencies, standard deviations, and so forth, and the thematic analysis. So we have used a combination of methods to strengthen the validity of our findings, and as well to have a deep understanding of the problem. This is what we expected from this study. As I told you, it is a concept study. We are still carrying out this study. So the evidence we obtain, it will help us on implementation of fidelity to understand the extent. Where are we as far as those areas are concerned? What are the gaps between the intentions in the policy and the practice as far as the implementation of the curriculum is concerned? It will inform stakeholders, including teachers, more especially in the training programs of teachers. And the recommendations, we expect that they will help to improve curriculum delivery. The study is important because it supports our national and international expectations. I can conclude by saying that when we have reforms, like the CBC reforms, they don't guarantee implementation. So there's a lot once we have good ideas and what really happens as far as implementation is concerned. So it's very key to monitor the implementation and understand the status, what exactly is happening. And once we have the fidelity that we are doing the work as per the intended design, I think now the university we are moving as well towards that. So that one will determine our success. And this study will identify gaps and solutions as far as that area is concerned. I would like to thank all of you for listening to me.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Letitia. Next is Dr. Dennis Sebugwao. Is Dr. Dennis okay?
So good afternoon, colleagues. So I'm going to talk about our research that we are carrying out, and it is about exploring the spatio-temporal dynamics and also influencing factors of the typhoid disease in the Ugandan districts and also determine the patterns by predicting them using a technique we call machine learning. Now, we know that of late there is a buzzword which we call AI. And AI pervades almost all disciplines and all areas. And I think almost all spheres of our lives. But we have not yet updated the application of AI in a number of disciplines. Now, in this study, we are looking at how we can apply AI together with its associated methods, like machine learning and also deep learning. Now, we already know that our colleagues from statistics have for a longer time been dealing with vast amounts of data, analyzing them. But again, we can say that in the last about 2 or 3 decades, we have seen emergence of what we are now calling data science. So it means that statistical methods have got some limitation. So we are now resorting to what we call data science-based methods to analyze those vast amounts of data. And this is the case that happens to data that we find in healthcare units and also in the medical domain. Now, one disease that we have picked up in this study is the typhoid fever disease. Now, this happens to be a pandemic almost in the entire world. Despite advances in its treatment and also advances in the technological diagnosis of this typhoid disease. Now, it is also observed that at times it is drug resistant. That is why we see many outbreaks within a number of areas globally, but also within our local setting, like Uganda. So in Uganda, we notice that medical professionals have actually properly diagnosed the fever associated with the typhoid, and they have also treated this typhoid disease successfully. But there is one area where they have fallen short. Now, when you look at the data that is collected by health units and also within the medical domain, this is a lot of data. We have got lots of electronic health records collected. We have got a lot of what we can call medical resonance imaging data that is collected from medical equipment like X-rays, like scans, and so on and so forth. Now, this data needs to be properly analyzed if we are to help to predict the outbreak of such diseases like typhoid. Now, we have also observed that typhoid disease is spatiotemporal in nature. So it means that it occurs in certain areas, certain regions, but it is also time dependent. So in this work, we are going to look at the spatiotemporal study of the typhoid disease. Now, healthcare and also the medical domain has seen a lot of advances in AI and also application of AI and data science within their domain. Now we are picking up from there so that we can at least help them to predict some of the diseases so that they can at least have some preparedness and also planning strategies so that they can counter such occurrences. So in our study, we got our data sets from 3 organizations. The first data set was got from Ministry of Education, rather Ministry of Health, not Education, Ministry of Health, because we noted that over a number of years, they have been collecting data about these typhoid fever outbreaks in a number of districts in Uganda. And the period which we decided to concentrate on is from 2018 up to 2024. Now, the second data set was obtained from the Uganda National Meteorological Authority, because we know that we have got some climatic factors that do affect the outbreak and also the spread of this typhoid disease. Then we also got some data from UBOS, or the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, to study the environmental factors and also to explore more about the patterns. Now, our study had 4 objectives. 1, to establish the so-called hotspots of the typhoid disease within the Uganda for that period 2018 up to 2024. Then also to determine the factors that do influence the prevalence of the typhoid disease. And 3, then to design the AI, or the machine learning based model that can predict accurately the occurrence of these outbreaks in a number of districts in Uganda, and then to evaluate the effectiveness of this designed model. So we used a number of methods, but for interest of time, I may skip those methods and I go to the study design. So we used the retrospective longitudinal design in our study so that we can look at the surveillance of the typhoid disease within a number of districts in Uganda. So I've already mentioned that the nature of the typhoid disease is spatiotemporal in nature, and one data set that we got from Ministry of Health captures this nature of this disease. So health centers 2, 3, 4, up to the maybe district hospitals, referral hospitals, regional referral hospitals, and national referral hospitals have been collecting all this data, which is spatiotemporal in nature. So this is the first set that we concentrated on in this study. So when it comes to artificial intelligence, and if we are to apply the different methods of artificial intelligence, we need to look at that data set and get what we call the trainee data set and also the test data set. So we already got this data set from the Ministry of Health. So we split it into those 2 subsets. 1, to train our model, that's the AI model, and then 2, to also test it in order to try to evaluate the effectiveness of that model. Now, we used a number of models, machine learning models, to construct our machine learning model. And we used a technique called the ensemble modeling. Now, these models include the ridge regression, also the extreme gradient boosting method, that is XBoost, and also the light gradient boosting method. We also used the random forest machines and also the long short-term memory models. Then we needed also to find out whether we can use linear models or nonlinear models. But when we checked our data that we collected from the Ministry of Health, and after analyzing it, it was discovered that for some districts we can have linear data, and for some we do have nonlinear data. Now, to get these hotspots, to determine the incidences of the typhoid disease in these districts, we have to also look at GIS. So we have to look at geomapping. So what we have here is a diagram that shows how typhoid disease occurs or breaks out in a number of districts in Uganda. So we captured, according to the key, the different ranges of its occurrence in the eastern, northern, central, western regions. So this is by using geomapping or GIS. So here I'm only showing 2 years because this data is captured annually by Ministry of Health. So I'm only showing 2018 and also the last year, which is 2024. Now, when it comes to results, we note that after analyzing our data, we note that the outbreak of typhoid disease occurs mainly in urban areas, as shown here in these results. Here we note that we have got high occurrences of typhoid disease in urban centers like Kampala, Mukono, Wakiso, and Iganga. Now, also, when we bring in another concept to try to mine deeper, we notice that during rainy periods, because now we are looking at the factors that can contribute to these outbreaks, we notice that, for example, for Kampala district, within the month of around April to May, that is when you have got the highest outbreak of the typhoid disease. Now, we also determined the performance of our designed AI or machine learning model using the well-known statistical maybe metrics like the root mean square error and so on and so forth. Now, what is striking here is that although we used the ensemble model consisting of 5 models, it is noted that it is only 3 that are performing better in the prediction of the occurrence of the typhoid. Because if you look at those values that are highlighted, they indicate that those 3 models, which we call the boost ensembles, they can predict highly the occurrence of the typhoid disease. So these include the random forest, they include the extreme gradient boosting method, and also the light gradient boosting method. The others are not as strong as these 3, the ridge regression, and also the longer short term memory. Now, we also went ahead to determine also the performance of these 4 models, but this time with respect to other metrics that we use normally. Again, you can see that the results still show that the 3 models, that is the extreme gradient boosting method, and also the light gradient method, the random forest machine, are the ones that are outperforming the other 2. So the last set of the results also shows that when we compare the actual instances or the actual outbreaks of these whatever instances of the typhoid fever with what has been predicted, again you can see the closeness along that line of regression. So you can see that again the 3 are confirmed that they are the one that can effectively predict well the occurrence of typhoid disease. Okay, so as I conclude, I can say that AI with its associated methods can be applied well within the healthcare unit and within the medical domain. So, although doctors and professional health workers have successfully diagnosed the occurrence of this typhoid disease or typhoid fever, but they have not been able to predict the occurrence of this disease in so many districts of the country. So this model has shown that if they can use their time series data, that historical data that they have been collecting over a period of time, this time we concentrated on 2018 up to 2019, then they should be able to predict successfully the occurrence of this typhoid disease within these so-called hotspot districts. and then they will be able to make effective decision making, policy, and also to make a preparedness planning for the outbreaks in case they occur. So thank you so much. That marks the end of my presentation. Then I'd also like to thank the competitive research, because this work is supported by the Competitive Research Grant Office, and our work is still work in progress, but this is so far what we have obtained, the results that we have obtained. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sebugwao, for that study on typhoid. Our next presenter is Professor Byarugaba Bazirake, and is the last. Yes. A kind reminder, keep all your questions. We shall handle them immediately after this last presenter. So let me kindly ask now the speakers to come and occupy the front seats, and then welcome questions. Yes, it's time now for the audience to entertain our speakers with the questions, remarks. Okay.
Thanks, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. My name is Dr. Mwonge Abubeka, Department of Biological Science. My question goes to, I don't remember the name, but the doctor presented on avocado leaves.
Avocado leaves.
Okay, mine is, the samples were from central Uganda, so I'm wondering if you took cultivars into consideration, because we know cultivars vary in the amount of nutrients they have. For example, beans, we know they are good in iron, but even among the bean varieties, there are differences. There are those that have enhanced iron content, for example, in beans. So I'm just wondering if you took that, the genetics, the cultivars into consideration when you are collecting your, should I say, your samples. Then lastly, if there's a terminology used, syndikanjake. If I take a concoction for selenium, why should I mind about the protein in it? Because if these guys are taking the whatever for iron, why should we mind about the protein content in it? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. I think those questions were directed to Dr. Barugahara Ivrin. Okay. Another question? Dennis, this way.
Thank you, the presenters. I'm Dr. Loy Tuliabanawe from the Department of Geography, Faculty of Arts and Humanities. I don't know whether there are questions, but for Dr. Letitia, I heard you, especially in your sample, Wakiso, the study area, and you talked about the population, but I wondered which schools and how you were going to select the schools. I don't know. I didn't hear about that. Maybe I missed it. Then my OG, my sister, Dr. Ivry. My concern was that about the avocado seed. I don't know whether it is the dry or the fresh. When generally when we are talking about the nutrients, and I'm seeing some of them are good, but I don't see people eating avocado leaves, for instance. How can you advise us? I have seen for the seed, I have seen some people using it, I think, as the dry one, as a remedy for high blood pressure, I think. And there was that yellow part of it where you were saying there's something where it's not good at. So I don't know whether there is a relationship between nutritional and medicinal. So it left me there. If it is low in that something, is it then good for these people who are using it as a remedy for high blood pressure? That was what was in my head anyway, with my little science and whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters. My name is Yerindao Innocent from Languages and Communication. And my question goes to the person who presented about language, Dr. Mukwana, my askofu. He said that language shapes the way we think. My question is, does this go with the first language, or even there's other languages that you will get? Secondly, somebody who does not use language, for example, the deaf, and the dumb, does it also affect them? How does it? Thank you.
Thank you. Tizito Ryan, a student of biology and chemistry. My question goes to the first presenter who talked about the hibiscus leaves and avocado seeds. The question is, the research appreciates the quantity of iron in the fresh leaves amidst the challenging tannins and polyphenols that could prohibit its absorption. So the question is there a way it can be purified so that to enhance the absorption of iron strictly without distracting the absorption of the iron itself by the tannins and the polyphenols, or that's all we need to know about the research? Lastly, I've seen locally someone trying to use that powder from avocado seeds to heal wounds together with other mixed nutrients and so on. Is there any clue of the biochemistry that works along with that? Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Ankunda Damari. I'm in my third year. I do procurement and logistics management. My question goes to someone who presented about content-based curriculum. How effective is that curriculum? Because these people, the exhibitors we have as of now, today, for STEAM, these are people that didn't see anything concerning that since they had left high school by that time. So, and they have done great things whereby you see something and you feel you cannot do it by yourself. So how effective is it? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's have a question from Prof. Idris.
Thank you so much. I rarely ask a lot, but there's a lot to learn from presentations. And I missed languages in the middle. VC had come to also review posters. I had to jump out in the middle of your talk. So for the three that I listened to, maybe one question each. Dr. Isingoma, I have a confusion. We have some studies which are promoting the polyphenols, carotenoids, as bioactive compounds. So they are telling us to eat food containing polyphenols, that they manage inflammation in the body, delay issues of cancer, and the people are extracting them even from fruits, mangoes, but to be specific. So if in your study you define them as anti-nutrients, it means now they are condemned. The other studies are promoting them. So to go in secondly, now this is for safety reasons. Because the herbal medicine industry is poorly regulated, people people who have conditions are told to take a 5-liter jerrycan of these herbal leaves. And from your studies, you are saying there is a certain maximum for which they become dangerous. Who is coming to save the public from the hazards that may arise from over-consuming these leaves in form of herbal treatment? For Dr. Komba, very briefly, the lessons, I think you haven't gone very far into the study, but I'm eagerly waiting for the lessons you are learning for implementation of the lower secondary curriculum. And how now the higher levels, already at university, they are telling us to comply, reform. How can we pick lessons from that study to improve our compliance to this new directive? And lastly, for Dean Sebugwa, I'm so interested. I have a student who is studying typhoid. The bacteria that cause it are called salmonellas. In fact, he's in trouble with me because he's not here. Maybe I'm going to tell him to look for YouTube, to look for your presentation from YouTube, because it's totally going to influence his research design. And for him, he's looking at the contribution of raw milk and dairy products in causing typhoid fever. So I didn't see any parameters relating food as a variable into the incidences. You only looked at climate and probably the incidence of the disease. But we pick these diseases from what we eat. So I don't know why you didn't consider that parameter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. I think it's time for the presenters to respond to the questions. I think let us start with Dr. Barugahara Evelyn Singoma with the questions directed to you.
Thank you very much. Quite interesting questions to going over. Can I start from there? It is true I did talk. If you see this study clearly, a strong basis for iron. Iron was a major concern, and I also did talk about the positive attributes of these. That's why we are calling them anti-nutrients, because the study is already biased to iron. They are appearing to iron as anti-nutrients. But I also did talk about their positive attributes, especially when I was talking about anti-diabetic, anti-chemo, those attributes. But to guard against this, we are talking about excessive intake. And the levels have been given per 100. I think I indicated them for polyphenols per 100 grams, how much you are supposed to take. When you go beyond that, yes, it is true you might be addressing one thing, but you might be creating another problem somewhere. So we need to be a little bit very careful, especially about people who just, because you've had polyphenols, for example, working on this, you just get mug of hibiscus leaves you take, you are likely to attract another problem in the end, unknowingly. So we need to be mindful about this. Even the food nutrients, when we are talking about them, they are those which cannot be which can be stored in the body. We talk about toxic levels. So that's in brief, that's what I was talking about. And then I had also a question about cultivars. When we were handling these avocado, our resources couldn't allow us to do all the types and then select the one which is having the best attributes. But what we did, we asked DFI to tell us the variety that was commonly used. And these results, if you visit the paper, you'll see they are compared with other studies about varieties. I know very well, yes, the variety affects, the soil affects, and other things, but you know, these have been discussed there. If you take interest and read that paper, you'll be able to see it in full. And then there was somebody who was saying that we are appreciating the iron in the hibiscus leaves. Is there a way we can make an advantage of it? Well, of course, when we boil some
some of it was reducing, and when we dried, some was reducing. But from my personal study, which I did some time back with Moringa, where we were seeing such, we subjected to fermentation and were able to get very good results. Perhaps fermentation could work, but even then, when we ferment, we still need to test whether the product is really, because this is not a drug, whether the product remains even attractive to people to take it. So that could be another area which could be ventured to extract this, not to lose this iron which is in the fresh leaves, because at least fermentation was showing that the negative effects along there were not there. And then somebody was saying, why mind about the concoction? We are not minding about the concoction. Our concern is, yes, you've taken the concoction, but are you okay? And you are attracting other things. So that's why we had to go in the lab to analyze. And why we went to protein, protein works if you have to get your iron levels improved. There is that hemoglobin. The heme part is iron, the globin part is the protein. That's what was forcing us there. So because of what we see, we are triggered to go into the science of what is contributing to this. And we had to go to the food nutrients in the food that we know could be responsible, and we had to go to these which we labeled anti-nutrients, but I know Professor would label them differently, most likely phytochemicals. But that's how we labeled them, and that's why we had to go there. So since we are mindful not to lose the positive benefits of the phytochemicals or the anti-nutrients and about bioavailability, that's why you saw us coming up with those ratios to see which levels could be good for us. So avocado leaves, anyway, in some countries are used as food. We've seen those studies somewhere else. And in Uganda here, I've actually seen those. I saw even a nurse doctor telling mothers to boil them for folic acid. So there is that also. There are those things, we can't run away from them, they are there. And if you have gone to some places, it is true, you've seen some of this, this powder, yes, this powder of avocado true, being given to some people. Huh? So this I cannot say it works, but maybe there could be some signal along with these things, because we see there are antioxidants here. The antioxidants, and some of these nutrients which we are seeing in these, like vitamin C, beta carotene, they are also antioxidants. So these have a lot to inform, and so that's why we had to look at the food nutrients, the phytochemicals, actually to see what might be behind this. But this story, there is another presentation where we've done this on controlled what. Perhaps we shall be able to present results, especially biased to iron, after we have tried them using a rat model. So thank you very much. I think I've tried to address the questions. Thank you.
The next questions are going to be answered by Dr. Nicholas Isaac Mukwana. Maybe I can also chip in my question too, as you prepare to respond to your questions. My question is, Doctor, is the power of language universal, or it depends on context, places, or culture? Dr. Yoka.
Thank you, Dr. Yerindabo, for your question. Your question was, we've mentioned that language shapes the way we think, and determines even the way we behave. Does that apply to the first language or even the second language? My response would be that it applies to a language that you understand. Once somebody says something, even if you cannot answer back, but you are able to understand, anybody who uses it derogatorily, it hurts and it can cause stress. Be it be first, second, or third. I remember one time I was in Tanzania before I learned some Swahili, and a gentleman made a comment, "Hey, Waganda ni weusi sana," and I was the only dark person around actually. You know, these are Tanzanians, very light skinned, but I felt, a little bit demeaned because he mentioned it when I was there. I was the Ugandan who is there and then makes that comment. I didn't know Swahili by then, but at least I could hear, but I couldn't respond. So whenever you use the language, when you say Waganda ni weusi means Ugandan is very dark. Dark skinned, something. Yeah, something like that. So yeah, that is it. And the second question was, what about those with hearing impairment? Now, that is even worse, because we did mention that language is more authentic at a behavior level. What you say may have an impact, but how you say it makes the greater impact. So you've been driving and you see what the border borders do. They bypass you and then they do like, something like that. That hurts. And there are those other obscene signs they do to you. So somebody may have that hearing impairment, but whenever something is targeted to them, it will also affect them. You hear people say, "I don't know what I did to that person." When he greets you and you don't respond, you just keep quiet. What did I do to that man? And your question, you said, is it universal? Yes, the power of language is universal. You see, every culture construes how they use a language. And you will also discover that even in those cultures that are free to use language in a little crude manner, still when it is overused, it hurts and it leads to fights. So it's ideally universal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicholas. Yes, the next person to answer the questions is Dr. Etisha Komba Kachijuma.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being attentive and managing to ask some questions for clarification. So, Dr. Loy was questioning the sampling techniques, which I did not reveal. Yeah, just I was trying to save time. But this is a mixed method research. So for the quantitative bit, we need a representative sample. What I presented was the sample, which was obtained from Morgan's table. After that, we to put these schools in stratas, and we shall use a stratified random sampling. And when we go to those schools to identify specific individuals, we shall use a simple random sampling. And for the qualitative part, we shall use purposive sampling. The next question was asked by a student, how effective is the curriculum? Thank you for that beautiful question. Wanting to know more. Here we are looking at fidelity of implementation of CBC. Is it implemented as intended? So that is the focus as far as this study is concerned. And we say fidelity, let me use a word, fidelity is a predictor, if I'm correct, of success. So in order to be effective, we expect that the implementation is done as intended. So at this point, our interest is on the implementation, but I was also happy that this question is giving us room for more research as far as finding the effectiveness of implementation. Once these people have finished, and maybe even better after our study. Maybe we have questions. If we find there is a fidelity, we can ask a question as well. Is it effective? Are these learners solving problems? Are they creative? Do they have practical skills and so forth? If we are to ask now, maybe we are not sure, or fidelity is not there, we are not doing as per the intended intentions, we might not find the positive answer as far as effectiveness is concerned. So that is an area for another research. Lesson learned, I believe there is something to learn, because as far as the university is concerned, already what we are going to do is that same thing, only in the different context. The context of the university, maybe after some time, we have implemented, even you can go with a model and retest the fidelity of implementation as far as the university is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Letitia. Next is Dr. Dennis Sebugwao on the exploring spatial temporal dynamics. Maybe, Doctor, I can also chip in my question. In your talk, you claimed that typhoid is a global pandemic. My question is, aren't you just scaring us? Is it that an overstatement? Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe let me start by answering the question raised by Professor Mugampoza about why we didn't look at the inclusion of foods in our study. Now, when you look at the way machine learning models are designed and also the way they work, for us, we may not get the actual contaminated foods. For example, if you go out in the market, you look at these food vendors, and also you notice that the way they are vendoring their food can also be cause for food contamination. Now, I think that is the area that for you, you always investigate in your food science technology. You move out, you take samples of such foods, and you take them to the labs to determine their infections. Now, for us, what we do in machine learning is to take images of contaminated foods and also healthy foods. Then we have got an area we call computer vision. That computer vision looks at those images, and we train the models using those images. Then the models can tell whether an image is from a contaminated food or a non-contaminated food. So we may not directly actually bring in that type of food. So that is how we do it. But we can still move out and take images of either contaminated food or non-contaminated food. Now, there is also actually another study that was done by one of my PhD students about what you do in food science technology. This is about detecting aflatoxins in groundnuts. She carried out a study about designing again a machine learning model to detect those aflatoxins in groundnuts in, I think, Serere, Kaberamaido, and Soroti, because that is the groundnut growing area. We know it in Uganda. And she successfully actually came up with these models. But again, when you look at how the research was done, it was through those images that we are trained with these models. And the model could actually tell when you give it a contaminated image that this is contaminated. If you go to the healthy, again, it will say this is healthy. So that is how we do it. Then the last question about claiming that typhoid pandemic is global. Now, we have looked at a number of studies, but you find that the outbreaks are mainly within Africa and Asia. Maybe that was another whatever, okay, stated statement. So, but most of the studies actually about typhoid outbreaks concentrate in Africa and also in Asia, and also some, I think, tropical areas like Latin America. So you may not find it so prevalent in the north, for example, Europe or North America, Canada, and the others. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dennis Savugwao, for those response. Lastly, we have Mr. Innocent Mugisha. Innocent has been prepared. I have a question. Your study was on econometric analysis of efficiency. And I know, okay, used DEA, which is a non-parametric method. Can I ask, what was non-parametric about your work? I'm sure you would have used the other parametric methods, but you chose the non-parametric one. What was non-parametric about your work, your study?
Thank you. Thank you, the moderator. Okay. What was non-parametric about my study? Yes, studies have employed the parametric and non-parametric, but evidence shows that when you look at DEA being non-parametric, it beats the parametric in a way that for it is applicable where you have a number of inputs and outputs. And so what was non-parametric in this case is I opted for this model since I had more than one input and output. Basically, that's why I chose the DEA model being non-parametric and its qualification for fitting more than one input and output. And again, it has an advantage of plotting on a PFF, that is a production possibility frontier, so that in this case, any DMU or any facility which is efficient operates along the frontier. Inefficiency is reflected when there is operation below the frontier. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Innocent. And that brings us to the end of our question and answer session. Please let us give a round of applause to our presenters. Please, you can take your seats back. Allow me return the mic to the MC.
A big hand of applause to Dr. Chimuli and his team. I think they've tried really very hard to keep within the time, and we can declare this a successful day. We have a team that joined us this afternoon, and I want them to stand up for recognition. It is a team of young people that have come with I think a team or a pair of administrators from the school, and we appreciate that you could come and join us. So let us put our hands together and welcome the team from Uganda Matters College. Sonde, please stand up. Stand up. Thank you very much for giving us the vibe this afternoon. When you look around, you can see you're the majority here, and we are very happy to have you with us. Thank you very much. And I think after this, we should have a photo with this team on that banner outside, or you prefer inside here. I think we need to take a photo. They are the heroes of the day. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. Dean, I think you should come and be the one to close today and thank these people for being patient with us. And then we'll see how we move, how we will start the day tomorrow. There's some amendments that we need to make on the program, and we'll talk about it. Thank you.
That's the best way to close it, actually, because I don't have any more words. We have said everything. Let's just stand up and steam it up and close it until tomorrow, when the VC will close it officially. Hey! There you go!
Kyambogo with up! Moving on to 20 break. Now no shop!
This is Uganda Matters College.
Skim, it's Kyambogo Festival. Skim, see innovation. 21 to 13. Don't miss the future. Kyambogo noise.
Thank you so much.
21 to 23.
We are all live
we
on
start
YouTube.
at 9 o'clock.
So that you are not boring. You are not.
Don't miss the future. Come on and stop. Science and tech, we're bringing it live. Engineering, arts, field, the vibe.
Thank you. Thank you. No more statements. Thank you until tomorrow.
So tomorrow we